Alright, let's see if we can get out of here without getting murdered. Okay, we have like a 0 visibility there. We have a slight bit of visibility there. Let's see if we can get cold cocked here pulling out. What a bummer. Alright, we got a flow. We got a flow. We're clear to the right, clear to the right, clear to the right. Oh shoot, we could have had a pick there. Somebody said a pick, we blew it. We didn't see. It's a moving screen. What's up, Tara? Hey, Ronnie. Do we have, yeah. How you doing, Tara? What's up, Ronnie? I don't know if we're going to get out of here alive. It's alive! All right, here we go. Dun, 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 dun. Woo, woo. All right. Good Lord. 93 degrees, baby. Not too bad. I'm kind of digging it. Not like a cup of coffee will cool me off. Okay, no shoes, no service. What's that all about, right? Alright, yeah, I'll be back in a momentito. Fix this alignment. Hello, Angus. you guys think I should work at the 7-Eleven or what? What do you think? All right, we got to do some decorating tonight. My mail is just overflowing today. I guess people started to get their third quarter statements or something from, I don't know what it was, but the world is a mess, guys. The world is a mess. Where's this guy? We got a lot of moving parts around here today. Whoa, yeah, go ahead, dude. Don't mind me. There you go. You got that big Ram 2500. Do it. Hey, that might be one. That could be one. We have an unverified one sighting here. Let's see. Maybe that is one right there. Doggone. No, he doesn't have a diesel. He doesn't have a diesel. What do they call that now when a diesel truck pulls up to next to Prius and they dust it with the carbon or whatever? Not sure what they call that. Hello everybody, welcome in. I know I'm early tonight. Please take a second and tap the like button. It's very appreciated. We put up a couple of community posts today that may be of interest to people, just to show we do try to stay ahead of the curve here at all times, so people aren't surprised by what comes down the road, but because they've been anticipating what's coming down the road. They have a term for that. California just outlawed it. They just passed a law that you can't pull up to. They have something that they introduce more diesel into the exhaust, and that smokes people. I don't know what the term is. 93 degrees, and then I think on Friday we're going to be in the 70s. Yeah, please tap the like button if you're coming in. We don't have any GoFundMes, we don't have channel memberships, we don't have Patreons. This month we don't have super stickers or super chats, so the only thing we have, just tap that like button and let's do it up. Yeah, but it's a nice dry 93. It's not bad. You know, I'll take it. What's up, Cass? How you doing, doll? It's yeah, it's a little crispy today, but you know the temperature will be dropping fast once the sun goes down. It's supposed to be 97 tomorrow. And that'll probably mark the real official end of summer out here in Santa Rosa. Why is California gas so high? Number one, it's high because we have a special blend in California here. It automatically puts it $1 a gallon above the rest of the country because it has to be formulated along a very expensive anti-pollutant line. That's number one, okay? Meaning if the price gets high here, you just can't run a semi in loaded with fuel and just pull away, you know, and make the money, right? A little bit of arbitrage. Well, we buy it for $3.50 a gallon here. We sell it for $5 a gallon there. We make $1.50 a gallon. No, it's got its own specific blend out here. That's number one, right? The rest of the country is pretty much ubiquitous with gasoline. Gasoline is kind of gasoline. That's number one. Number two, we have, I think, 70 cents a gallon for tax here because this state is doing everything that it possibly can to discourage, to start to encourage, according to them, people to give up their cars, So there's the two major reasons. We have a winter blend that starts in, I don't know when that is. I think that starts in November 1st. They start to do the winter blend, and that is even more expensive than the summer blend. So, because pollution tends to be worse in winter time, because cold air tends to push pollutants to ground level. Someone always finds a way to make money. Adam, you always seem mesmerized by money. Winter blend sounds like coffee. Yeah, we got a winter blend and a summer blend. So, right. I mean, it's just it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, thank you, Naomi. It's the cool cats. Cool cats. What are they doing? They're on the rocket there. I love that. Love the shirt with jeans. It's a nice outfit. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. Yeah, Cass, we love you, honey. We do. Yes, we do. We love you. Love you. Thank you, Nikki. I tell you, it's not often, as most of you know, I don't ever do an impulse buy. Okay. Let's rack our brains and think to the last time that I dug into my pocket and said, "Oh, yeah, I'll do that, right? I'll buy that." When's the last? Thank you, Callie. When is the last time that happened? I should have an Amazon gift card giveaway for this question. I should have an Amazon gift. If I wasn't so stark broke this month, I would have an Amazon giveaway this month. Okay. I'm so broke, I thought about canceling until no. Look at Noreen 2000. Man, oh man. Well, thank you, Cass. The last time I did it, which shocked people, it almost blew everybody out of the chat. It was back in August when I was down in, early September when I was in Las Vegas. And yeah, 1937 at 4 p.m. And somebody said, I told Mr. Z, let's go down to the MGM. Right, we wanted to go to New York and everything. And he's like, oh, this is going to cost, shit, we're going to have to pay money to park here. I just said, I was like a rooster. I'm like, buck, 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 buck. No worries. I got that covered, right? $15. The chat was absolutely astounding, right? Oh, I can't believe Rosie's paying to park. I never pay to park. I would park 2 miles. I'd park 5 miles from the Sphere and walk over. I don't care, right? So that's the answer to that question, but I'm afraid nobody would have gotten that answer there. But I don't usually do that. Love you. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here tonight. We're going to have a lot of people in here because we're going to have a little bit of a discussion tonight. There's a lot going on in the world, so you might want to tweet it out or share with friends. I encourage people today on my community page. If you have people in your family and things and you care enough about them to try to keep them ahead of what's going on in the world, I do try to be a little ahead. I've certainly been ahead in the way of 2023 being a year to remember, and certainly in interest rates rising and all of that. It's been a pounding in there. So I hope everybody's doing well. Hello, Alan. Good to see you. We got Adam here. Never have to pay for parking. Deborah Langley, we got Naomi. How are you doing, sweets? I'm going to be decorating tonight. Hello, Nino. Good to see you tonight. CSM, nice to see you. Well, I think 2023 is going to get a bit more interesting and a bit more memorable coming up here. But yeah, this will be the last hurrah for summer. We will be putting up some decorations tonight. I will be taking down the kitchen stadium banner, and we'll be putting up some Halloween decorations on there. Now, I was originally going to Nikki's like, I'm not loving this interesting era. Yeah, Nikki, I love you, honey. I don't know what this, if I still have my boobs, I'd say, honey, I would draw you to my ample bosom and give you a big hug. Now, I was originally going to go to Las Vegas on Sunday, but because it's Halloween, the prices are a little pricey down there, so I ended up just deciding to go down on Wednesday, and I will come back I will come back Monday, so it'll be a rather short trip, but I will be back again in November to spend a little more time. But you know, they have the Formula One race that's going to be going on, and I don't want to be anywhere near when all that crap's coming down. So it might even be early December. I don't know, but stuff gets dirt cheap in November and December. So I'm just going to have to suck it up, go down, do what I meant to do the fundraiser, do the very best that I can, you know, and have some time to maybe do some long-term planning and to get an better idea what the needs are and all that. So thank you. A lot of people have expressed that they will be supporting, and I'm thrilled about that. If you haven't supported at all on the channel, I don't really care for myself, but this would be a nice thing to do for a community that is definitely overlooked down there. I mean, somebody said it well the other night. Anybody you see out there on the streets, and a lot of people, of course, are self-inflicted, but that's somebody's brother, that's somebody's sister, somebody's mother, somebody's father, somebody's brother, right? So if you know, it's kind of up to us, right? So you know, when I heard Father say that when he was talking, it made me feel a little bit better. Stage 5, what are we talking about? Cancer? Oh, that coffee's good on a hot day. What did Alan have some pet trouble today? I don't know if we're going to be charging because it's probably a little hot. Yeah. I might have to take off this. Let me see how hot this baby is. Yeah, it's not too hot. It's not too hot. Maybe see something. Usually it gives a little flashing warning if it's not charging. Yeah, you might be the next one on the street. My God, I would love to have people that would be there for me. Hey, how you doing, Craig? My phone sucks in the heat. Always overheats when I'm live streaming. Hey, yeah, man. I've dealt with that for years. Shimei got me a nice. Oh, I'm sorry to hear kidney failure. Shimei got me a nice cooler that I put on the back of it. Today, this would be like the last hot day. So I managed to get through this summer, yeah, man, without having to use the cooler at all. What I do is take the rubberized case off and then make sure that I'm very, very careful to not drop the phone, because I do have butterfingers. So has the franchise been affected by the strike yet? I think Ford came out and said we've done everything we need, everything that we can do. I have a Google Pixel, which is major line. That's why I don't understand. Well, when you're live streaming, you're crunching a tremendous amount of data. Tremendous amount of data is going on. Every picture is made up of millions of little pixels, and they all have, every time something moves or shifts, there's more rendering that needs to be done and new computing, and it takes a lot of energy, and it creates a lot of heat. There's so much going on in there. How you doing, Amanda? Hey, Gail. So it's naturally, like, the Samsungs are naturally prone to overheat, and I've dealt with the issue for years and years. I'm an expert at dealing with the issue. You fingers crossed it doesn't happen at the franchise. Yeah, I you know, if I'm Ford, I'm maybe a little concerned that people's ability to purchase new vehicles may be compromised, and maybe the UAW leader is tending to think linearly that demand is just going to continue along the same line it's been on, so we have no worries. Let's hit the gas, boys, and let's go, right? Answer survivor, all the, yeah. Yeah, Craig, you've been through it. How you doing, Vicky? We have a lot of people that have dealt with The two C's, cornholio and cancer. You need 300 terabytes for streaming. I don't know what you need for streaming. I just know that you better have a good fast processor in it. That's all I know. And you better have a good way to acquire that signal. That's the real weakness of live streaming. I'm now limited just to certain places that I can't even stream anymore. I got up early, bathed, and dressed in my comfy PJs today. What about for changing? What about for changing for charging for like? That's probably gonna. Yeah, I don't even know, Ronnie. People are kind of pushing back a little bit about electric. Tesla has dropped the price so much now of their vehicles, their flagship vehicle, that it's basically the same price as other. It's basically the same average price as other new vehicles now. And I think it's only going to be a matter of time until some of these Chinese-made electric vehicles start coming in, and these things could come around in at like $5,000 or $10,000. I mean, it could be a real mind blower. Right? What's up, Trog? How you doing? I ordered my foil helmet from Alex Jones. The noise like nail. No, I don't have a post. It's been an ongoing thing. I don't have a post about detransitioning. No, instead of yakking about it, I just did it. So it's not that I'm not going to be dressed anymore, just for fun and shits and giggles once in a while. But no, I don't have a dedicated video. I've been too busy doing other stuff. I figured it this way. People are either going to stay with me or they're not. And it's not going to be because I'm trans or male, female, or whatever. They're going to stay with the channel because they enjoy the content. So on that basis, I thought, yeah, I'm too busy living my life. There's too much going on, right? I got too much crap. You're welcome. You're welcome. I did it on religious grounds, so it was a very easy decision. But my grounds are not your grounds, so I deferred making a video because I didn't want to unduly influence people, because it has to come from with their own heart and from their own mind. We know that telling someone what to do is not as effective as ever leading by example and just doing what you tell people to do, right? Yeah, and I feel loved. I mean, I've always felt loved on the channel, Juror 13. I'm lucky. Yeah, thank you. I thought you liked my devilish good looks. Yeah. Well, yeah, man, I can't wait to see you in Detroit again. Next time I'm going to spend more time up there. I'm going to get a rental. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Based on enjoying. Well, thank you. And that's the beautiful Barbara. It's always good to see you. Hi, Deb. Thank you. I'm doing good. My Wednesday was okay. Keep giving those eye rolls. All right, that kind of thing. Good evening, Buttercup, baby. Well, we have a lot of people that have known each other for quite a few years, too. I mean, we have a lot of places on YouTube that you can go for drama and things like that, but drama tends to be like it tends to be like a geyser, right? It only really spouts up once in a while and gets people's interest. So the tendency at that point is to go ahead and begin to fabricate things and to just to clash just for the sake of clashing and things like that. And your focus starts to shift from doing things that you think people will enjoy to doing things that you think people will watch, right? And hey, Max, how you doing? And I mean, it's a big difference. When you start making content for just based on clicks and views, you're really starting to go down a very slippery slope. And we've seen some pretty major people get wiped off the platform for, well, just taking it a bit too far in some of those things, because drama and social media are very, very demanding mistresses. They demand a lot. How you doing? Is that my gal Molly? How you doing, sweetie? Good to see you. Right, so And if you build your channel on drama, that's the only thing that will bring them back to the channel. Okay, so you have to really think about long term who you are and what you want to be. Thank you, Vicky. Love you, honey. Got a lottery ticket. Yeah, I'm always happy. I don't see Barb too much, but I'm happy to see her when she comes in to the chat. Meanwhile, that YouTuber's posters in front of Google Inc., how they are being investigated. I don't know, Gail. There was some loon that went down, some Middle Eastern gal went down like 5 or 6, 7 years ago and got inside of YouTube and shot somebody or shot herself or something like that. From the leftovers from the... Oh, there, it's always going to be better the next day when the little germs and bacteria start breaking it down. I think I'm going to go to the Henry Ford and create a playlist about the locomotives. What a museum, man. What a museum. I just put that right up there. Smithsonian Museum of American History and Natural History, the Chicago Museum of Natural History, the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the Henry Ford Museum. I want to see Greenfield too up there. In Dearborn, Michigan, the Getty Museum in West Coast, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York City. There's some really great ones out there. You better be prepared to do a 2-day visit if you go to the Henry Ford to really suck it all in. It's amazing. Yeah, man, treated to the ticket. It was amazing. It was just a great visit. Hey, AJ. I loved being in Detroit with Yeah, man. Absolutely loved it. The only thing I wanted to spend more time and explore more of the food scene up there. Yeah, New York, DC, so just a lot of great stuff. The Chinese reliable and they haven't been too good. Well, the Department of Transportation and National Highway Safety Administration and things, all these cars have to meet a certain threshold of safety. So that means that they generally have more steel than the Chinese market builds for and more safety accoutrement. I don't want to mean this in a negative way, but life is a little cheaper in China than it is here. So, shit happens. Hey, Mew, how you doing? And as a result, they don't build for, that 1 in 50 collision that could be life-threatening. I mean, that's what we build for in the U.S. to be able to sustain that 40 mile an hour. Do you still sales close? I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, Greenfield Village is a place I really want to see. Yeah, I came on a little early today, Vicky. I finished up some work at home. And I thought to myself, I'm not doing that. I'll just come on a little bit early. Because we got decorating we got to do tonight. And my email has been overflowing with people about questions about finance and what's going on in the markets and what do I do now. I'm beside myself in my balanced portfolio and stuff like that. So I thought I would come on a little bit tonight and talk about there's a lot of there's a lot of angst, there's a lot of uneasiness in the air that it almost feels like things are sort of conspiring together. I might just have noodles tonight, Naomi, because what did I have last night? Oh, I had a tuna sandwich and stuff last night. I baked the bread yesterday and all that. So, but there's that feeling like, is it feeling like things? Oh, thank you, Barbara. I love Eastern Kentucky. Love Eastern Kentucky. The closer over you get towards the all the valleys and things down there, it's absolutely gorgeous down there. Brats, potatoes, cabbage, and beer. That's a nice. Do you have store sale clothes? Do you mean, do I have merch? Yeah, I've had the same merch for a couple years. It comes up once in a while. It's a sweatshirt silhouette of me live streaming with a camera out there. It's kind of cool. You mean uneasy feeling due to what's going on in the Middle East? It's not just the Middle East. It's just like, it's almost, I almost feel like, yeah, I do have merch here. Yeah, you can just, the link will come up once in a while. It'd be a nice thing to pick up for the holidays. I've got mugs, I got sweatshirts, t-shirts, and all that stuff. So, you know, it helps support the channel a little bit. It's a little bit of a trickle that comes. I don't flog that stuff. You know, I've never been like, I mean, I've never been a person that comes up and says, you know, what's the next thing I can do to make money or whatever, because, well, truth be told, maybe I'm in a different generation and I'm just an old fool or something, but I was never that motivated by money in my life ever. I just didn't really care about it. I've always taken great joy in living a very simple, relatively easy to maintain life. I think for me that's been a good thing. Now if you like being high stepping, hey, have at it, right? Good for you. But I don't want to be owned by things. Like the boss was asking me the other day about, oh, you don't want to have a boat, you grew up on Chesapeake Bay, but man, I did marine repair work. I never even want to see another boat again. Pulling heads off of engines in 100-degree and broiling sun and high humidity, and the jellyfish clogging up exhaust water intakes in the filters. You see the eyes in there, right? And over here, I don't want to see that stuff. Right? I'm so over that. I got my fill of that stuff. Never. That's why I enjoyed RVs. I don't need the hassle. They're massive upkeep, and you know, they give a few hours of enjoyment, but otherwise, right? Well, tourist traps are tourist traps for a reason, because there's something there to see. And sometimes, let's face it, Buttercup, baby, the schlockiest stuff we see is sometimes the stuff we remember the most, right? Like south of the border, what's going on, Kelly? South of the border, crazy stuff like that. Crazy, like, right? Just weird little museums and stuff, just very unusual stuff. That always kind of rings our bells. I don't like to go to museums and stuff. It's not really my thing unless it's very historically oriented. I'm not an art critic. I don't know anything about art and judging art and anything like that. Let's see, you're my kind of guy. Rock on. My dad's from Baltimore, very familiar with you. And you know, Barbara. Hey, Lynn, 2 days have both to get buy it and sell it. BOAT, break out another 1,000. Hey, Catherine. I can't begin to. The upside of a boat was I learned mechanics inside out. At age 14, I was pulling heads and planing heads and reseating valves and putting new valve guides in, valve seals, and putting new bushings on crankshafts, and oil galleys. You know, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't even want to get under a car and change the oil anymore. Right? You just have your fill of it. I just don't want to do it anymore. I just don't want to do it anymore. And you have a boat here, where are you going to keep it? You're going to put it on Bodega Bay, you're going to pay a real high dollar to be out there. The town of Bedrock, I loved it. So you could never live on a houseboat. You know, if I could, I could. Yeah, thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, I'm going to be putting up some things with Nightbot. I'll be cleaning off some stuff and putting up some stuff just for that day to go live. So thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to get everybody juiced up for the 27th. I'm going to try to raise $10,000. Will I succeed? Well, I'm going to try to do my best. It won't be for lack of trying, and it won't be for lack of putting my own money into, as you guys will see, because I'm not one of these people that do as I say, not as I do. Hey, Brandy, how are you, honey? Well, I go to a museum, it's a cemetery. It depends what it is. I've told people before, when I went to Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in May of 2011, just before I settled on the Rancho, I went to the Wright Brothers Museum there. Well, thank you, sweetie. Hey, Cinnamon, hot, hot, hot. I went to the Wright Brothers Museum. I walked into that museum thinking that the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur Wright, were just a couple of tinkering fools hanging out in a garage in Dayton, Ohio somewhere. I went into that museum. I saw the workbooks where they did their calculations, their notebooks and stuff with lift and drag and mathematical calculations and stuff. These guys went to high school, right? I came out of there with a profound, it was a museum that totally turned my thinking around on something that we all studied the first flight. And then they made it to the islands with the horses. Yeah, Assateague Island, right? I met lots of lots of boat dwellers down there. You heard from Craig Sr.? Craig did make a comment on a video the other day, but I attempted to contact Craig through text messages, but it bounced back. So either he cut off, or he cut himself off, or somebody cut him off, and he changed up doing it. I don't know. Right? So that was a museum that was amazing. You have the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I have a friend that lives on the boat because he's called in, and so you might as well live in. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, Craig Sr. So it just bounced back. I haven't heard from Joey D. Right? I wrote Joey D. Nothing. A month. Now, Joe might just, hey, I'm taking off for a while, or might have some health issue. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm concerned. I write, so there's not much more I can do. I just try to do the very best I can to keep up with. I mean, we notice when people aren't here, right? We definitely notice. Make sure you're on live chat, everybody. Live chat check. How is Jen? I'm not sure which Jen. You mean our Jen here? Well, Mouse Toes was in last week. Jen, she's got a different work schedule now. Yeah, I hope everything's all right too, right? I don't know. Maybe somebody shut him down, or he shut it down himself, or maybe he's just changed his phone number. People just change up in life, right? We have a new term now called it's called the hobosexual. Somebody that's, according to the kids these days, somebody that's looking for a cheap hookup, right? And they're a hobo. Hello, Shar. Outer Banks is beautiful, especially around Corolla. And there, hi, Julie. How are you? That's a new term the kids use. Somebody's a hobo. Some guy's a hobosexual. Right. Never underestimate the human capacity for inventiveness. I got 2 warning messages that they deleted some of my content. They put it with YouTube. I don't know, Noreen. It's just, I enjoy Halloween. It's just that things, I don't know, YouTube's trying to get to such a point of automation that only one person has to show up for work every day. I don't know. They have a lot of AI bots and stuff, and I think sometimes nuance is totally lost on AI and bots and stuff. I don't know. If I go in, I find tons of comments are held for review by people, and they're probably thinking, man, what an ignorant person Rosie is, right? Never even hearts a comment. No, they're not going to shut your access off. No, that ain't going to happen. Yeah, Debbie Lynn. I don't know what the hell happened to Debbie Lynn. She went to jail, I think. YouTube's been cracking down for years. They just, they're just, the advertisers run the program. And if you're doing anything that's controversial, or they're going to just make it hard to monetize that stuff. So it's hard for me to keep up with what YouTube is. So I don't even give it a thought anymore, right? Spank bank, not a real bank. So we might as well tear into this thing now, the topic of the day, because like I said, there's a lot of people that I don't have time to answer and people get pissed off if I just give 3 or 4 words, hey, thanks, or something, they get mad. But you have to understand the volume of mail that comes in. You'll have people that have been watching a video I put up in 2013, and they're asking me how this, what about this part for this, this part for the washer dryer combo or whatever. I mean, it's just, when you have 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 videos, you're going to have a lot of crap coming up every day, okay? So please don't take it personally. All right. Hey, Margie, how you doing? Right. Yeah, these are my opinions only, but I would say I've been pretty much on the mark about what's been coming up here. All of a sudden this morning, my phone goes off, earthquake alert, go for cover. Evidently, they had a 4.3 over in Sacramento or something, I don't know. All we need in the world right now is a really big-ass headache. Well, I don't know if I'm always on the mark, but I try to put some thought in what I'm doing, and I also try to take advantage of all the many years that I've studied and been involved with, only from an academic point of view, not from a money-making point of view. I'm not motivated enough to be to care about the money, and I just don't care enough about it. Okay. But more from an academic point of view, and more trying to figure out what makes you tick and all that kind of stuff. So back in July of 2020, we had the long-term 10-year bond finally reach bottom. I remember the day when Paul Volcker really decided. He came in when Jimmy Carter was president, and inflation was ripping along pretty good at that time. And I don't know who the Fed chairman was before Paul Volcker. But Paul Volcker said, you know what, we're just going to crush this inflation once and for all. And it didn't matter if Carter's presidency was going to suffer for it. The greater good was that inflation be wiped out. And he took interest rates all the way up to I think by one time we were 13 or 14% on the federal funds rate or something like that. You had 16% on long bonds, 30-year bonds. Just an amazing time. Money markets were nuts. Everybody and his mother was pulling every dollar that they could and sticking it into money market funds and stuff like that, because it was high times for money was scarce. Well, fast forward from 1981, when they passed the Economic Recovery Act of 1981. I remember that because we studied it during business school, with accelerated depreciation and all kinds of things under Reagan to stimulate investment. But that didn't really kick into 82. Right, but that whole time, long-term interest rates went from about 16% all the way down to 0.7%. Just spectacular. A continuous and sustained decline over that whole period of time. From the time I got out of graduate school in 1982 or whatever until July of 2020. How long was that? 36 years? Imagine that. 36 years of declining interest rates, something like that. Okay. It couldn't come to an end, and I distinctly remember many times throughout the pandemic telling people You've got to get out of these. It's time to go, right? 2021, it's time to go. 2022, it's time to go. You've got to get out of these things, okay? Got to get out of these things. Because there's nothing more to be made. All you're doing is putting your money at tremendous risk of a reversal, and lo and behold, that's exactly what happened. From the bottom in July of 2020, anybody that's in a long-term bond portfolio that got in any time over the last 3 years is down about 55 to 60% on their money. Now, if you have a balanced portfolio, which they call it, of IRAs and things, and 401ks that are a balance of stocks and bonds, people panicking a little bit because the statements are coming for the fourth quarter, and some people are just absolutely livid because they've been decimated by what they thought was the safest side of their holdings. Okay, but this one guy, I took a little bit of time to write back and say, look, where were you when rates were 0.7%, and you're still holding that stuff? What did you think was going to happen at that point? What did you think? Let me just finish this topic first, Nick B. How much lower do you think rates can go? 0? Below 0? I mean, they had that a little bit in Germany, but there's a point where you say, hey, the fruit's been harvested. If I hang around much more, I'm going to be pulling rotten fruit off the tree. All right, and now we have rotten fruit on the tree. And yesterday, we're almost up to 5% on the 10-year year. Unprecedented and very costly move in interest rates. It's going to have tremendous ramifications for rolling over debt in the United States. Rolling over debt is going to be exceedingly expensive going forward now, which means that you have to continue to take on a more disproportional amount of debt coming up, right? Because now you're rolling over existing debt. The free lunch is over. Now you're rolling over existing debt. Instead of its 0.7%, 1%, 1.5%, now you're rolling it over 5%. That makes a huge difference in terms of what's going on with the borrowings. And I did a community post showing here for the first time. I actually highlighted and circled it in red. The people are now looking at the total amount of debt and starting to get a little worried in this nation. Okay? I told you this day would be coming, when we would reach a point where publicity would move from inflation to this is a problem. I predicted that would happen. And when that happens, that's a long-term publicity magnet that starts to swirl in more and more interest on the part of the public. Because, who cares? As long as interest rates aren't bothering you, as long as your taxes aren't going up or whatever, right? As long as your car payment's fixed, as long as your mortgage is fixed, you don't really care. But the government cares because they have to roll over massive amounts of borrowing. In the face of that, they have countries that just aren't buying it anymore. Japan, China, India, a lot of the BRICS countries, they're not buying our debt anymore. Which means at the worst possible time, when we have the most need for money, we have starting to have fewer and fewer people that have the money or the wherewithal to want to step up and buy. So you have two choices at that point, as Ronald Reagan said. You can either cut spending, or you can print money. That's the only two choices you have. So I'm not quite sure yet if the bond market is tanking because it's looking ahead and saying, oh, here we go again. We're going to be cranking up the printing presses, or it's just the overall idea of we're just borrowing money like crazy. We just sent another, I don't know, $20 billion to Ukraine. Now today we just inked another $100 billion for refugee relief in Gaza. On top of that, every time you move a fleet of an aircraft carrier and its accompanying fleet of cruisers and destroyers, you're talking about massive, massive amounts of money. Logistics, supplies. So I don't get the idea that spending is going to be going down. How you doing, Deb? If anything, I get the feeling like the calls on the Treasury are just going to be out of control. Yes, Afghanistan broke Russia, but we have to say that Russia's breakage was also due to osteoporosis, right? Which was due to communism and the terrible effects of communism in terms of running a long-term economy and stuff. It's terrible. Which is why anybody in this chat should look with a great deal of alarm at the young people today that stand up and have conferences and stuff, gladly embracing the ideas of communism and socialism. People always say, oh, hey Duncan, people always say, oh, I can't believe we make the same mistakes over and over again. Don't we ever learn our lessons? Like, how many times do people have to be bloodied and beaten by communism and socialism for people to realize that it's a failed system? Because it doesn't harness human nature. It tries to stunt it and shun it and restrain it. The state says, we're the human nature. We're going to tell you what you need. We're going to make what we think you want. Right? So what happens? Innovation dies, creativity dies, and people lose the will because there's no reward. People lose the will to advance humanity. So these young people who have lived in a bubble of mom and dad's money and go to these elite universities like Columbia and Harvards and Yales and Berkeleys and Stanfords, they got no worries in life, right? They look around the world and say, ooh, these poor people are being trampled underfoot by capitalism, right? It's up to us to fix it. God help us. So you could sit there till you're blue in the face and talk about how China destroyed itself for 50 years, right? You could talk about how Russia reached the point where a shitty little backwater like Afghanistan could break the back of the Russian Empire. It would be totally lost on these people because these people suffer from that ultimate human defect called pride. Right? The number one human vice, of which all other vices spring from, is pride. They look at what people did before: Stalin, Trotsky, Marx, Engels, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, all the nihilists, the shithead German philosophers. And they all think to themselves, well, what did these guys know? Right? What did these knuckleheads know? I'm a Columbia graduate. I'm a Harvard graduate. I know better than these guys do. Right? We need to create a think tank. We need to not make the mistakes that they did before. So I tell you, as hard as blood curdling as it is to realize it, it will be a feature of the future, right? Because in a country like this that is demanded so much from the Treasury, there's no natural there's no natural reason that trend would ever be reversed. It would finally hit a point where, right, it all just falls in on itself. There's no real effective alternative to that, except to just burn it down and just start over again. Yeah, good old Trotsky. So we're at the point now where the cumulative effect of 75 years, 60 years of the Great Society, social intervention, social engineering. We want to make housing more affordable. We want to make college more affordable. We want to make medical care more affordable. How's it worked out? Paid 20% our first because we were young, new, and had no established. It was a Ford Pinto. We paid on that. I hear you. You have to do. I love your honesty, man. So the colleges spew it. I think in a lot of ways, because I think a lot of the educational system is, well, I'm going to say it, it's demonically possessed. It's more designed for the ruination. Hey Kipper, how you doing, honey? Long time. It's more designed for the ruination of people than the true education of young people. These young people become hammers in the world that beat down without enough knowledge and experience to even know what they're wielding their hammers. Okay, and that's a sad fact about that. It's born of this liberalism that says we can do better. It's a natural human thing, right? To think with pride that we can do better, right? Oh, well, thank you, sweetie. Yeah, detransitioned in July, honey. So, thank you. 78 Ford Pinto. My point is, there's no expectation on my part, and I'll probably be gone. But I can say with a high degree of confidence that socialism will roll in, eventually to be replaced with communism, and then finally the whole thing will burn down and have to be probably by 2110 or something. So our job is to get from the here and now into the future, right? Well, you know it's coming. I watch YouTube videos, particularly of young people and young social groups and club groups. The ground wasn't even cool yet after Hamas's terrible surprise attack on Israel. When students at Harvard, yeah, thank you, sweetie. When some body of students at Harvard went out there and immediately penned a letter in support of Palestine, without a bit of regard for the events that had transpired in the previous 48 hours. So you know what's different this time, though? Those students went out and signed a letter, and then they went out and protested and put masks on, and so they couldn't be identified, but somebody came out and they doxed every single one of those people. Every one of those students. And you know what happened to some of those students? Some of those students had letters in hand from law firms, hire letters. Right, and one of the great, Bill Ackman, one of the great hedge fund managers and investment fund managers, started calling a lot of the top level Jewish guys on Wall Street and stuff, and said, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not hiring any of these people. Right, and all of a sudden, all these letters started getting pulled, these hiring offers and stuff like that. And a good measure of these mealy-mouthed little kids all of a sudden came at, I didn't mean to do that, I officially withdraw. So it just shows you how weak and spineless and misguided people are. It also shows you when it comes to push and shove, the almighty buck will always be the ultimate North Star that grabs people and pulls it towards it. Yeah, I agree with you, Catherine. Right? When you start giving something away, people don't value it. They start pursuing all kinds of crazy. You know, I'm going to major in underwater basket weaving. Hey, Hawaii. I'm going to major in lost French literature or women's studies or, you know, gender studies or whatever. Hey, James. I mean, you know, personally, I think without even having visual aids, I could teach you about gender in probably under 1 minute, right? Yeah, advanced degree in underwater basket weaving using color reeds for, right, advanced beauty, whatever, right? So what happens? All of a sudden government money's flooding in and letting all these people to go to college, and professors are being hired, and everybody's in fat times, dormitories are being built. Now all of a sudden people are pulling back, right? So it's just a very weird time. Now, a lot of people will ask me, hey, Rosie, look, is the market going to crash? All right, let's take a minute to address that. I don't know if I pronounce it copy, but Jenga. Is there a game called Jenga or whatever? You remove little pieces, blocks from it one by one, right? Until some slob is the last one to pull a little piece of the block, a little piece out, and the whole thing falls down. Meaning, you may not believe otherwise, but there's only so much that the equity market, the stock market, can take before it starts to suffer. I don't use the word crash because hey, perfectly imperfect. But I will say this. The higher interest rates go, the more they become like a magnet that draws money out of the market. Okay? People say to themselves, you know, I've had a good 10 years or whatever. Right? I see it's like 5% interest rate in this CD or something. You know, hey, no risk, FDIC insurance. Right? It's not like when interest rates at the banks were nothing. And it's like your banker would see you coming in the car and lock the door and pull down the shade because they didn't want your money. Right? It's a totally different time now. So I'm telling you, there's only so much is going to sustain, and then it's going to have an impact. Where is the immediate impact felt? In housing, in auto sales. Yeah, they'll be short term. The car companies have made nice profits. They can afford to subsidize interest rates for a while, but it can't go on indefinitely. Right? Who knows what happens next? I know the propensity, the tendency towards what's going to happen next. Okay. The real danger begins between 5 and 6% once we get up in that zone. Today we're at 4.91%. Okay. What are your thoughts on the economy decline, yet government bringing in millions a year after year? I would call it lunacy. I would call it a collapse of of governance. There may have originally been a thought like immigrants are automatically Democrat voters, you know, big deal. There was also the thought that it's not our problem. Washington, D.C. is, 1,900 to 2,700 statutory miles away from the Mexican border. Out of sight, out of mind. Who cares? Right? What do they do in Washington or New York? You're rich in Texas. Arizona, you got money. That's your problem, not ours. Isn't it amazing, though, when Texas and Arizona started making it other states' problems and other cities' problems, like New York City and Chicago, all of a sudden, then it became a big deal. Hey, how you doing, Brenda? All of a sudden, wow. All of a sudden today, the New York Housing Authority says we're not giving open-ended housing anymore in New York City. We're limiting it to, I don't know whether it's 30 days now or something like that, or 60 days. Beyond that, yeah, thank you, Vampire. It's realism. It's realism that should have set in this country a long time ago. But because it wasn't lapping at their shore in New York and in Chicago, well, I'm going to put it roughly, they didn't give a fuck. Okay? And depending who was in office as president, he didn't give a fuck, right? It depended which party you were in that was on the border. It is the problem, right? There's one thing that's indisputable, though, on an actuarial point of view. Looked at things in terms of how it'll function in the future. We have not enough people working to support the needs that are coming up for Medicare and Social Security for the future. You have it like an upside down pyramid where you have a lot of people to be supported at the upside down base on the top and fewer people paying into it on the bottom. Well, that's a tragedy. We could get into birth control, abortion. We could get into a lot of different things on that, right? The rise of selfishness in the world and a million and one different things. But I think in a lot of ways, we're going to need strong immigration if we're going to have any hope of supporting. But the tragedy is that at the very time when we need immigrants to most become Americanized and get with the program, we have a counterculture that says to them, you be yourself, you don't assimilate, right? You bring all your values in, right? You don't have to Americanize yourself. You don't respect us if you tell us to America. You don't respect our culture and all that kind of stuff. Plus, we're at a time when we can at least afford to initially, they don't have family here to help them out. They don't have people to house them and bring them in and get them off to the right foot and tell them learn English, I remember living in Little Italy in Baltimore for a year when I was first married, until a year before and a year after, and a couple guys were down there talking about that the folks came over on the boat, right? And we started speaking Italian. We'd speak Italian. And no, you don't speak Italian. And you go to school and you learn English and you get in the program. We didn't have the dual pathways. Now I know there's a lot of stuff about respect and stuff like that, but that stuff costs money. It costs money to have a dual system. Right? It costs a lot of money. And the tragedy is this time when we're bringing millions of people into the country, and hundreds of thousands into New York City and all these other places, it's going to reach the point now where tragically, like some horror movie, when we need the most amount of money in the history of this country to cover this shit, we're at a point now where, if the leg goes out from under the market, and if we go into a 1930s situation again, I ask you, what happens to a spoiled populace the first time they get told no, we can't do it? Round up the rich, raise their taxes, right? Pitchforks and torches and out there, and occupy Wall Streets, and hatred of the rich, and young people gone after the baby boomers, and pull the plug on that bed and get rid of that person, right? Yeah, press 1 for English. Now, all that, of course, is born of I like to think of a good respect for people and their culture, which is great. But in America, we typically celebrated that as just a small unit within a calendar year. Like, oh, it's you know, it's the Little Italy Festival or the Colombo Festival or the Greek Festival and stuff like that. Now it's got to be year-round festivals. We have to always make sure we're divided from everybody else. We cannot just be Americans anymore, right? We used to be, and then we started dividing by, you know, the culture. Yeah, it's very strange times. So it's like the easiest part is to predict what people will do. The hardest part to predict is how carried away people will get. Because, you know, somebody will say, do you see any turn coming in interest rates? Well, it's hard to say. I think 5% is baked in the cake. Then I think we might have a little relief for a month or so, but you know, the trend is turned, right? It's getting too much publicity on it now. Look at this Speaker of the House situation. It's like a joke. He might as well just bring Nancy Pelosi back and just, you know. Right? It's just, it appears to me in all the years I've been around and observing, I majored in political science, philosophy. I've looked at stuff, and I tell you, it just looks like the country's breaking down. Are you concerned about World War III or the whole? I think it's too early for a world war. I think we're coming to the point where economic problems are going to pull people's attention away. You know, we had festering problems from World War I. It underlined the 1920s, but it took quite a while before war really became in September of 1939 till war really stepped up at that point, right? People had to go through the agony of depression and the agony of tariffs and trade barriers, and, you know, international trade just came to a standstill. So each country was mired in its own agony, trying to escape deflation. That's what gave rise to Hitler, right? And the authoritarian regimes. I've got the way out, right, of all this misery. So that takes time. Also, I can't really envision see, China's too smart to get involved, right? China's too smart to get involved. They understand now, it's like all we have to do is just stand on the sidelines. That's all we got. We don't have to do anything. Hey, Andrea. And now this Middle East is going to turn into another money drain. God knows how much we're going to be on the hook. Trog, it's a hallmark of the demonic, the diabolic, to divide and split, okay, using nothing more than human pride and selfishness. I've said before, as belief in God declines, then the world becomes more and more disordered. People are left to their own vices. There's not, the restraints are lifted. There's nothing to hold them back. Well, we've been in a pagan nation for a while, but we're about to roll over to a barbarian state. We can see early edges of it: smash and grabs, trafficking, like people being viewed as commodities. Well, it's a lot of what my book's about, Craig. Until we get down. The game is pick a team. I do not think a team until it creates more division. Well, America's democracies are naturally self-destructive, because there's always a point where people will inevitably start to vote themselves treats from the treasury. De Tocqueville said that all the way back in the 1700s, 1800s to Jefferson. This is a great country, but there'll be a day when this country's threatened because people vote themselves largesse from the treasury. Well, we already had that. It's the inherent weakness of democracy. People demand more and more. Now we want health care for the elderly. Now we want a pension for the elderly. Now we want unemployment insurance. Now we want health care for poor people. Now we want housing for people. Now we want college affordable for people. Right? It just turns into a Marxist state. So we're seeing the natural attenuation of all of this and demands for money. God knows what the federal deficit is going to look like for this month. I shudder to think of. Yeah, de Tocqueville was brilliant. He immediately put his finger on it and said, it's all well and good until people start wanting to, the natural vice of laziness, sloth starts to take hold. Something for nothing. Pride, lust, anger, covetousness, envy, sloth, greed. Yeah, gluttony. But the most dangerous of all is pride. The unindicted coach wants to be third in line. We know, I guess, we want to get number 3 in office. I don't know. Politics now is just, it's going to be a sideshow. You had, I don't know, this group was in there protesting today about the war in the Middle East, as if we were the ones that dropped bombs on the hospital or invaded Israel. I mean, it's crazy. What do you think the average age of that protest group was? I'm going to guess about 20. Target is leaving New York and now Cleveland. Yeah, very young, Dan. Young and dumb. Young and dumb. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, S. I've had a lot of time to think about it. I put the pen to paper, so to speak. 400 pages under the belt, and I'm just on the second right, because I need to get it right. Well, Ronnie, the media is using trickery, but it's the great Canadian philosopher Marshall McLuhan said, and he's the guy that said the media is the message, and it's a global village. He was the one that made turn. He said the modern media is on a demonic mission to undermine the truth. And he was exactly correct. That's not my words, that's his. Well, I really think, we have a responsibility to our fellow citizens, and I've never minded paying taxes for, when people are unable physically or emotionally, whatever, to support themselves. And I think we owe a duty as civilized people to take care of people in our society. But there comes a point where we just give without the expectation, like California was the first to remove the need to work for benefits and things, right? For government benefits, even though you and I worked 50 years for my money, but yet somebody else is not required to do anything to get it, just to exist. Right? I don't really care what the race of families is. Right? It's at this point it's so irrelevant. They might as well be pink, right, or purple. Budgeting classes. There's no need to budget, right? Budgeting went out the window when people became assured that the government would forever be their sugar daddy or their sugar plum fairy. The need for budgeting went out the window. Yeah, apartment buildings are the thing, right? Nobody builds homes anymore. It's got to be apartment houses. There's better money in it. You notice that too. That's all that's going around here. Huge apartment complexes. And don't watch the news and don't read the paper. Not going to people having a hard time paying these. I have one bedroom is $1,700 a month. Well, just let them start printing money again and Katie bar the door. You think it's bad now? One fire takes it all out, but it's almost like the days of the single family home are coming to an end in America. I hate to say that, but I just don't see single family houses being built anywhere around. It's all, I'm telling Bird, they're all mega apartment complexes. They're protesting they don't live in, they live here and get special perks. I think my daughter's in it. Well, you have to remember, Alan, young people tend to live in a dream world, right? And then they get out there and they start earning money, and then all of a sudden they realize how difficult it is. And at that point, they can either go one or two ways. When you and I were younger, the way we would go is we would work our ass off. We would do whatever it takes. Okay. Some measure of young people still do that. Okay. Make silk out of a sow's ear. Make lemonade out of lemons. Well, if I have to have multiple jobs, I have to have multiple jobs. Right. The other measure of people would turn to the government and say it's not right. Right? I shouldn't have to do this. I'm better than this. Although I told you it's a very dangerous thing in history when you look back in a long pool of 6,000 years of civilization. When you look at the long pool of that, you look at today's time and you look in history and try to find an equivalent time where so many people thought it was optional to work in history, where so many people thought it was a God-given right to have a job, or a God-given right to have the government provide for them. Find me other times in history, in the long pool of 5,000 years, and tell me that we just didn't royally F up in our desire to make people happy, to get people to vote, mistaken liberalism, compassion. I want to express my full support. Wishing you all, well, thank you very much, Drog. I appreciate that. That's my caution. That we've been living in a very unusual period in history. Very unusual, where we've had social stability. We've not had devastating wars. We've been relatively disease-free. Most people have been relatively well-fed and well-housed. Right? But now that whole scenario starts to revert back to the mean. It starts to go back to what it was in history. Each time they bought a house together and their kids get along. That's good. There's more than one way to skin a cat, right, Nino? We don't need a new plan. We need less plan. We need more people working and less people planning. How about that, Adam? More people that don't talk about work but actually go out and work. More people that don't sit around under fig trees eating cake and opining about a better world. Yes, work is desperately needed, but now it's beneath our, I don't want to say beneath contempt. I think when we create a world of have and eventually the have-nots will first stop partying, and then there's more and more. Well, I don't know if we created that world artificially, right? Because you'll never find a system that works better than capitalism for efficiently distributing goods and services according to the efforts of people. Many have tried, many have been called, none have ever worked out. Okay? It's not perfect, right? But when people talk about, a better system or a new plan, usually the code word meaning for that is more for less, right? I rarely hear people these days say, well, I'm going to work harder. Now, Netflix came out today and announced that they signed up 9 million new subscribers for the third quarter. They've also said that they're going to raise the subscription rate for Netflix. And my first thought was, I wonder how many people in the face of this are going to go ahead and cancel their Netflix subscription. When people talk about the rising cost of things, I wonder how many people are going to go ahead and cancel their Netflix. Sell bags of popcorn from a wagon. How about that job? Exactly. Yeah, Disney will raise theirs. I wonder how many people will step up and say, I'm not paying it anymore. The answer will be virtually zero. Because again, it's all a matter of priorities. Entertainment above all. I was brought up at work, I do not eat, sleep in the home, and work harder, entertainment, yes. If they got that many news, why do they need to raise? Hey, how you doing, Jody? Good to see you, honey. I'm just saying, nobody's going to cancel their Netflix. Very few people are going to stop Uber Eats, grocery deliveries. right? So we say one thing, but we live another way. Yeah, Best Buy is going to stop selling DVDs. Lurker says, I will. Bread and circuses are important, exactly. But on the other hand, who even noticed the writer's strike impact? Nobody. I'm just saying, we know that on balance, Netflix isn't going to have any cancellations. When Netflix has cancellations, it's because when the government and when the economy starts really shedding jobs coming up. Because the cost of money becomes so great that it's just unbearable anymore. Housing, cars, things just come to a halt. So that was just the first thought to cross my mind today. It's like, I wonder how many people are going to actually cancel their Netflix here, right? Or as a result of that. We just come to assume that increasing prices are just the cost of living. Everyone needs to drink a beer. Hundreds of AM radios were denied renewal of their licenses. Well, AM just turned into a giant infomercial, didn't it? I told my grandkids in 3,000 for a week. Never do that again. Yeah, but it was nice of you to really give them a really good show there, Alan. So good on you. You created great memories. Right. I don't know. I don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV since the Super Bowl. Hey, Pizza Kitty. I'm too busy to watch TV. Any free moment I have, I know exactly what I need to do. Hey, I canceled everything with Rosie. I love that. Put that on the t-shirt. But I'm in a giant fight with my local. I just have a TV for noise. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I don't tell anybody what to do. I'm just saying people were going to willingly pay for, people are going to willingly pay the increase that Netflix demands. Right? Yeah, it's $100 just to park. Can you imagine that? But the only reason it sticks is people are willing to pay it. There are a lot of streaming apps, including YouTube TV. Tubi's better than... Yeah, I don't know, Nick B. I'm not sure how much do they want to... I have no idea. I just, I don't know, because I've never subscribed to a pay, I just, Comcast, so Bird can enjoy, and I can have internet at the house. But I'm an unusual case, and there's nothing wrong with being entertained by some good programming and stuff. But I'm saying it costs. Here it isn't because people don't work. It's because the owners won't hire help. They said you stand at Wendy's waiting 15 playing owner because there's only one cashier. Yeah, well, look at now in California, you got to pay $20 an hour for that cashier to be there, which is, before taxes and benefits, that's $35 an hour in cost, right? Right. You start to have to sell a lot of burgers, and you start to feel a little pinched on your margins and stuff. So your food starts to shrink. Your burgers start to get a little smaller. You start to worry about the condiments. You start to shut down the soft drinks machines, right? And get them out from the public. Right? You start shrinkflation. You start shrinking the size of stuff. It's all an illusion. Yeah, well, if you can find a $12 burger at a restaurant, you're going to be paying anywhere from 14 to 16 bucks these days. And customers realize their time is being wasted in name, you lose customers. I don't know how many people. Okay, so yabba dabba doo. So they leave Wendy's pissed off, and they go to Jack in the Box and they wait in the same line, right? Right, during the pandemic in my neighborhood, the Jack in the Box up on the corner of Dutton Avenue and Sebastopol Road, during the pandemic, you would have 2 cars in line, maybe 3, and it would still take you a half hour to get your food. And 50% of the time, it was a crapshoot whether it was even going to be the right food. All right. So now you're mad because Jack in the Box, you gotta wait, and they messed up your order. You say to yourself, well, I'm gonna go to McDonald's. Same, hey Ron, do you think we're gonna stay up? Or they're gonna stay up, Ron? We're probably due to a point at 5% where we'll have a little bit of relief, but I have no indication at all that the demand for money is going to be going down in the future. So now you're mad, you don't like Jack in the Box. Now McDonald's, you had to wait in line there. I mean, in other words, they've got you in checkmate. You go to Taco Bell, the same thing. You go to Hardee's, you go to Carl's Jr., you go to Popeyes. Right? Everybody's on a level playing field. They're all going to face the same difficulty. So people end up migrating towards In-N-Out Burger. Right? I only use Wendy's, down the same in the grocery store, Walmart. Well, you know, it's a fight, yabba dabba. It's a fight to maintain margins. The only reason they pulled cashiers out of supermarkets wasn't because they thought people were smarter, right? They pulled cashiers out because it costs money to have 4 or 5 at 25 bucks an hour before, with the benefit standing there, as opposed to you lugging your bags and schlepping your stuff up to the scan and scan it yourself. It's a win for them. They all do it. So nobody cares about being a store unless you pay really top buck around here and you go to an Oliver's market or you go to a Whole Food market, and then you got somebody standing there, would you like paper or plastic, and they're putting your crap in the bag, right? But you're paying for that. Now, I have people in my chat that get groceries delivered to their home. Okay? And I say, if you can afford it, that's great. Some people are disabled, and it's more convenient for them to have somebody lug that stuff in it. I get it. But for the other people, when it's strictly a convenience, like having food delivered in and things like that, natural human tendency is going to be always to find the path of least resistance between food and my mouth. Premium cost. Therefore, if I can cut out the cooking part, it's more of a direct line to my mouth. It's like Buttercup Baby said, I love delivery, keeps me well. I'm happy. Trust and believe. But there's a few consequences for that as we move on down the line. And one consequence is less and less people are initially able to take care of themselves if they have to cook, say. You know, more people start to exist on like frozen food, or like I did with ramen and noodles and stuff like that. So we lose a whole huge generation of people that have never cracked a cookbook in their life. They're never going to bake a cake. They're never going to make a loaf of bread. Right? They're never going to have a pot roast or cook a turkey or have a chicken. Right? So we lose that. And we also lose the psychological feel-good factor of having made something with our own hands and put it on the table in front of somebody else. There's a real positive feedback that comes from that when somebody says, honey, that was so damn good. Right? My old neighbor, every time they tried on cooking a fire. Hey, Scottish. Tried a dating. I was disappointed. I tried a dating. I don't know. And like me, Rosie, I'm glad I have never had to stand over. Yeah, of course, chef. You've never cooked anything. No experimental cooking or anything. Restaurant quality cooking at home. So that type of service, that type of luxury tells me that on average, because of the growth in some of these services, that we're not hurting as much as we think we are on average, right? I mean, that's the message that comes through to me. I don't hear companies whining that our deliveries to homes have gone down. I don't hear Grubhub or Uber Eats or anybody complaining about how business is down. Less and less people are having things delivered. Okay. Jack in the Box is on the Alpine. Yeah, it's on the Alpine route. Duncan, you love that, right? Restaurants are like dinosaurs. I can envision a day where only it'll be like it was in the old days. There'll be a select number of restaurants. I think in Baltimore City, growing up a city of 1.5 million people or whatever, that you could count on two hands the number of really standalone restaurants in that city. Now you would have a corner pub with a hamburger or something like that, but I'm talking about real restaurants and stuff. Nowadays, I think that a lot of restaurants are going to close their door because it's just easier to tell people, you come pick it up or get it delivered. Therefore, we can start to have shared kitchen space. We can have 4 restaurants cooperate together in one kitchen and share it. I just made a big bowl of steamed broccoli for now. I could not imagine leaving it up to someone else to wash it to wear it. Well, that's what I'm doing. Well, of course, cinnamon hot. I really see that day coming because it's like nowadays when I go into the average restaurant, they're putting more focus on what's going out the door than what's sitting in the restaurant. Now, I'm not talking about where Amanda Hug and Kiss goes at, nor where you're going to have a high-end dining experience. The customer's not going to see that stuff going on. They're going to demand that the highest standard be maintained in the appearance of the operation. But for the average chain restaurant, the average mom and pop kind of place around here, right? They're struggling with that. And the quality in the restaurant is the thing that's suffering. Right? Used to be, you could go to a restaurant in Vegas, it'd be like, they'll tell you, you have to wait 10 minutes for a table. You look inside, 3/4 of the place is empty. You're like thinking to yourself, what the hell? It's because they don't have the staff. They don't want to they don't want to bring in a whole crew. Right? It's not worth it. They'd rather discourage. So it didn't take them long. People will economize when they need to economize and not a moment before. Not a moment before.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Smoking a chicken. Light it up. Roll it up. All right, take care, Craig. Good to see you.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes a trick with Walmart, small towns, lose small business. Then when they leave, people have to drive. There's no brand loyalty that a few cents won't overcome. That's the only thing I ever learned in a whole year of marketing in graduate school. I hate Walmart with a passion. Well, somebody must love it. Gotta go. Just want to say, okay, Pizza Kitty, take care. Thank you, sweetie. Yeah, please tap the like button if you're coming in. We've had quite an engaging conversation tonight. We don't ever expect each other to fully agree with everybody else, but we do keep it civil. During COVID, they can run the scale and customers will still show. Yeah, real problem wasting people's time by making them wait. Yeah, people's time is, people think their time is valuable, but it's clearly not. What people want is convenience. In the case of somebody like Shimei, she's a very high-level worker in the state of New Jersey. It's not, and a minister, so it's not cost-effective for her to spend time in the kitchen. I'm going to store, not Walmart, to be more active. Bypass the checkout and steal it. Well, plenty of people do. All is well, New York City hero. What is your opinion on the UAW strike? My opinion on the UAW strike is this. I would just caution, be very careful. People that work the assembly line, remember, assembly line workers build the present. Okay? What rolls down that line is the present. Management builds the future. Okay? And I would caution people that the margin on electric vehicles is coming down. Tesla, the average Tesla today is priced at the average car in America. Elon Musk has put lots and lots of cuts in on Teslas and stuff like that. In my opinion, this will go down as the worst time that the UAW probably ever chose to strike. By virtue of the fact that they're not expanding, the striking aggressively tells me that they have one eye with somebody at headquarters. They got some people that have an eye on what's going on in the real world right now. Some people aren't dumb. They see interest rates going up. They know it's going to be difficult for car companies to subsidize loans and make it attractive indefinitely for people to buy a car. So in my opinion, if I had to pick a worse time to strike, it would be now. Okay? I think in a matter of a year, people will say to themselves, I'm damn lucky to have a job. Okay, on the assembly line, because demand can be that fickle and that fragile that you go over a certain percent interest, because nobody pays cash for a vehicle. All right, they're financing, they're buying monthly payments. At the same time, their rent is going up on their Detroit one-bedroom apartment to $1,700 a month or whatever. That's just my opinion. I think it's a terrible time to push hard. Take care, Trog. And I love the fact the UAW president has a t-shirt on that says "Eat the Rich," when he's higher paid than 99% of the people in America, right? Fed is crushing demand. Yeah, it's crushing demand, but the Fed's not doing it. The big mistake people have in this country is that they believe wrongly that the Fed controls interest rates, when in reality, the market controls interest rates. Right? The Fed funds rate follows what the money market's doing. I've shown charts on my community post of 3 and 6 month rates with the Fed rate way behind it, stepping up. It's an illusion and a wrong thing that people have in their mind that the Federal Reserve just willy-nilly puts interest rates where they want. Hi, Shimei. The truth of the matter is, in the long run, the markets are the things that set the rate. Right now we have a case where a lot of countries don't want to buy the United States debt anymore. China, Japan, a lot of Europe. Right? They don't want to buy the debt anymore. They see the dollar's very high. They're envisioning a worst case scenario that says this: at the same time that interest rates are going up, now all of a sudden the dollar rolls over and starts going down. Now we get hit on two sides. We have a lower bond value, and when we go to get our money out, we're getting killed on the exchange rate now. They're getting the blade from both sides of the double-edged sword. Right now, that other side of the blade has not cut it on. Yeah, we were just talking about this, Shimei. That's my thought on that. Any other questions or anything? And virtually no foreign countries are buying American because of our. Yeah, it's just a really bad time to strike. You have demand in China is very low right now because the whole property sector is imploding. Do you think our world reserve currency is at risk? I do, but let's put it this way, Ask Joe. We have the best house in the worst neighborhood. In other words, we have the best house in the poorest neighborhood. So right now, it's like it's too widely held to be threatened really at this particular time. Within a matter of a year, China could devolve back into green suits marching down Tiananmen Square. No, I'm not chooching tonight. I got to put decorations up, Amanda. I tell you, I can just tell that Chinese leadership has the finger on the button, man. They're just ready to just pull the plug on all this conspicuous consumption and tell all these developers and these wealthy investors, go F yourself. You shouldn't have lent your money to Evergrande, all these banks. Screw you. You shouldn't have lent your money to these greedy developers that build these apartment houses out of concrete that's like tofu. They call them tofu buildings. Yeah, well, the church tonight, I got to start getting some decorations hung up because my time's going to start getting tight here, and it's going to be really hard. It's going to say that it has demand on electric cars. Well, that's what they call it. They're in Chinese, and I speak Chinese. It's called, they call them tofu buildings. All substandard concrete, just shitty made, and cost people a fortune. You can't worry about it, else it will drag you down to them. Well, I'll put it this way, Tony. Somebody better start worrying about it. That's a problem in this country, and not particular to you, but we got too many people that just everything will be all right. What is tomorrow night? Tomorrow night's Thursday. We had such a good time at the cemetery. Maybe when all the people, now all the people are cleared out of the Sebastopol cemetery, we might be able to have some more fun over there. Hey Lee, we didn't leak cable, worrying about it and acting properly. Yeah, we don't have one, and we're not apt to have one. We're just not conditioned in this nation to go lean. That's the only way I can put it, is to go lean. Yeah, well, you're a hard-working gal there, Brenda. You are a hard-working gal. We need to put up some initial decorations. We still got enough light to fix up that last string that went Tio knocked down. Go ahead, honey. Are you crossing? Thank you. She gave me the goat head. I had a maintenance meeting that lasted from 5:30 to 7 o'clock last night, so now it's going to be every other week, it looks like, until we get caught up on everything that needs to be done. I'll be back there Friday working the whole day. Got people smashed out some lights. The light staying on in the ladies' room all the time. It should be a motion light. Yeah, it's 8% mortgage rate. Housing is way too expensive to be sustained by an 8% mortgage. It's impossible. Yeah, HR's breathing down my neck. That light's not turning off. I'm riding up 3rd Street at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm seeing that light still on. Can you get in there and tend to that? Well, I'm the furthest thing from it. Yeah, I've just been around a while. I'm the furthest thing from the genius. I'm just a dumb hillbilly from Baltimore that just kept my eyes open. I just have a very good memory. I remember just stuff from 50 years ago like it was yesterday. I remember what people said. No, I don't know, Cindy. If I was smart, I wouldn't be in the hood, right? I'd be shopping with Amanda Hug and Kiss. I'd be shopping at Macy's all the time. Man, did that make her night that night. I said, man, I went to Macy's today. You know, Amanda Hug and Kiss, she almost fell out of her chair. She probably fell to the right or fell over dead backwards. What did I just, she probably had to go back in the chat and make sure she heard correctly. Right. Are you telling me, she's like, are you telling me, let me see if I got this straight. You're telling me that you shopped at Macy's? Yeah, look at that. She was proud of me. And when you can make Amanda Hug and Kiss proud in this chat, you've done something great. And that was it. Otherwise, she's not the biggest fan of my attire, but she makes do. Right. She suffers. suffers. Doesn't like my atomic shirts, but man, I gotta be honest with you guys. I get more compliments on these babies. First thing we gotta do is get that third light string up that's falling down. While we still got a little bit of light. I already pulled down the box of Halloween stuff today, so but we got to get out there. We got a little bit of a repair job to do here before we earn our beer tonight. We got to get that baby airborne. Man, I could hardly get out of the driveway. It was so tight today. Oh, this street is horrific. This guy's doing pushing his thing. I don't know. Am I even gonna get in here? I guess I'm okay tonight. Man, what a nightmare. Today I was afraid I was gonna hit a car. I was really afraid. All right, we gotta make hay while we got light. We gotta do this real quick. This is gonna be, we're gonna be decorating over several days, but we gotta get this mission accomplished first. Y'all don't go anywhere. I put the weed and feed on. Looking pretty lush. I don't know what's going on here. I have no idea what's happening. Oh, yeah. Hey Blackbird, so I'm gonna set you guys up here. I gotta get this string back up and get the decorations going tonight. See, we got this string is down here. So I'm gonna go throw a thing of string over the back here. We're gonna get that baby going. A little warm today, huh?
Yeah, a little bit.
Throw this baby over the building now. I gotta raise up that third string. Get that going.
What are you doing, Rosie?
I've got to get this third string back up. We're over the side, good. You remember that third string came down? So it's been down for months. I'm starting to put the Halloween decorations up tonight.
Okay.
I got to put this third.
Why don't you just hang it from the pagoda?
I do, but I got to have it secured on the other side of the building.
Oh, yeah.
like raise the Titanic,
What's it
man.
called? The middle wheel?
I don't even know if this thing's gonna work. Who knows what shape these strings are in, right?
There was a time when we kind of went by the same. So,
Alright guys, hold on a minute, I'm getting the old string off of this.
use my real name for a minute. Kind of like. That's what people call it.
Doing it up, guys. Doing it up. Ooh, make sure that's gonna go up smooth. Bert, I'm gonna pull this up from the other side. Can you make sure that feed is smooth?
Okay.
Yeah, just make sure that.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, as I'm pulling this string up across the roof, that's going to start raising.
Okay.
Just make sure it's raising up.
Oh, we have commercials. No commercials. Okay. So where are we gonna hang this? Where are you gonna go with it? Oh, you're gonna pull it this way. Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I should have told you.
All right, keep going. How far do you want it? I can't hear you. You want it on the roof, the gutter? Okay. No, you're fine, Rosie. Hold on, you gotta come back. On my way. Oh, okay, keep going, I'm sorry. My vision, you gotta pay attention. All right, keep going. You gotta keep going like a millipede. That's about it. That's on the very top. So where the string ends, it's at the very ridge.
Yeah, I just want to, the string on the other side secured on the side, so I just want this raised up to the same place.
Okay. Oh, you gotta pull the string more.
I gotta pull the string. But I need to kind of work it over that way.
Okay, this way.
Sorry, Bert.
That's okay. And then here, put my phone on the tire. I'm sorry, or somewhere. No, but my phone is on my tire seat. It's hanging on the other side. So I'm streaming. But you could put the stream anywhere. That looks about even.
See if I can pull this up.
No, let it down a little bit. A little more. Right there. Yeah, that looks good.
Now we gotta work on the electric side here. All right.
Then you got Ventura County.
Yeah, that's good. Now we got the 3 up now. Now we gotta hope they're good. We gotta hope they're good. Yeah, give me a second, Cheryl. Bird was helping me get the. How you doing, sweetie? Bird was helping me get the.
Oh, we're getting dizzy?
I don't know.
Dizzy there, Charlie. Well, it took over.
All right, let's see if we can get this baby powered up over here. We gotta work up here now. Hello, Scottish. How are you, honey? Let's get a little light on. I'm hoping those light strings are still gonna be good.
Thank you, Phil. Charlotte, we will play your song. Keep it. I know you got a baby little varmint cute. Charlotte got this new cat, baby cat, right? And then friends with the other cat, right? But this one is a baby cat. It's cute. Little baby cat. So she named it after a song.
Yeah.
We're gonna play it. Just give me a minute. Mama Crow, come over here. Let me see you. You've been around for a hard day. Mama
See
Crow,
what
come
we're
over
doing
here.
here.
Let me see you.
Ow, woo, 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 woo.
Come say hello.
What's going All we need is to be down and out. Let's see, that thing's holding up that. Let's see, I think we need the old extension cord, and then we need the timer on it. Let's see if the sucker's even working first.
Mama Crow, come say hello. Mama Crow, come see you know your friends. I remember when that tree was said, oh my God, they love that tree. Mama Crow, I'm sorry. You can come say hello.
We're always struggling for.
We go with that one.
Let's see what we got here. It's weird, the whole end of this thing went out. Okay. Let's see if we got any fire in the hole.
I don't think you. I love like.
Bird, did those lights light up?
Yes.
Wow,
I
unbelievable.
think it's one of the most underrated bands I've ever done.
Unbelievable.
They never made.
All right, that's good news. That thing's been laying on the ground forever.
The rock and roll was more like rock and roll.
There
I
it
think the
is.
Stones are like the rock.
It's supposed to look like a spider web. Most of the purple came off of the lights. That's good.
The Who like made rock opera and shit, right?
Oh yeah, look at the
Rock
moon.
and roll, like, but they never were. They never made it to the same status.
All right, good.
The original. Right.
I was worried that last string was down. Yeah, thanks, Charlotte and everybody. I was worried that last string was on the ground.
Yeah, but it worked perfect.
Yeah, it works. But the sun took a lot of the purple off of the lights. So it looks pretty good. Right. For Halloween. Yeah, we got a tiny little crescent moon up there tonight.
Yeah, beautiful crescent moon. Right?
There
It looked
it
like
is.
the eclipse, right? And the eclipse, it was a trip because
Yeah,
you
there
see
it
a ring
is.
around the moon, but then at the very end on the other side, it was the smallest crescent. Like, it was just like disappearing.
Yeah, that's the view I got from LA down there.
Really?
I
Yeah, that's awesome.
had 75% coverage, so it was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
All right.
We've seen, I forget.
Yeah, the lights are up. Thank goodness. Let's sit this here. And now we got to take down the Rancho Kitchen Stadium sign.
I protect you. This year we could have bought it for $3. That's a good idea. We should have because it was all cloudy, but the sun did come out. I didn't have those eyeballs. And then I pointed my phone to it. The people on TV, they said, even your phone can go blind, right? You need a filter for your phone.
I didn't think that they would all be working.
Not all of them, but yeah.
I have to put the timer on it.
So I guess I got a pretty good phone because it hasn't been blind yet. Okay. It said if you want those kind of eyeballs, you're gonna have to pay more. That's X amount of dollars and 9/10. What do you think? Okay, so let me divide it here. Let me think about this here. Divide it with my vision and my eyeballs. 9/10 divided by minus multiplied by equals.
There we go. This baby in good shape.
But the sad thing,
Ending the
the
news.
hands are fucked up.
Kitchen Stadium raising on November 1st.
They said he wants this American company for the people eyeballs, or 3D eyeballs, right? And they said, if this
Put
company
this around.
forever and
Pending the new one.
protect your eyeballs, you go to Amazon, you buy that
Looks
shit.
weird without the banner up, doesn't it? Here we'll get to enjoy
Just to psych people out.
the new kitchen stadium.
And it doesn't work, it goes blind. I can't believe
This thing's held up good. It's about going to be almost 2 years old itself.
and why would you do that?
Certainly it's been out in the elements. Now let's put this aside.
We're all little Chinese nowadays. I'm surprised that Russia, the king of Russia, starts holding hands with the Chinese president. It's like, They said we don't have to start a war. We'll just not show
These
you
go
a
out
second
front
start you out.
on the windows and
Right.
the fronts. Not going to worry about them. Oh, the Rancho flag will be back.
So I think it's all kind of like staged. They're all greasing each other's ass, like behind closed doors. Money talking, bullshit walk. They'll fucking cut your hair off. It doesn't matter.
This should be pretty cool. See what we got here.
Tiger. Tiger. I'm sorry I can't take you to the doctor. The doctor's not going to be able to do it. You're going to need a bionic foot. Or
See if
some
that
shit.
baby goes up. Yeah, that's our hanging kitty, right?
Not very good because, we kind of have to go around. And all the other cats, like, this, how's it going to survive? Rosie's putting up her Christmas decoration. I mean, Halloween left. So come on, Rosie. You're going to do it. Rosie, we're going to put my stream on you.
Okay. Trying to get this stuff up again.
Okay, hold on. Let's try not to. Okay, hold on there. Partner. Well, hey, Big J. I'm actually trying to pay attention to that. I might get into this after. I'm trying to do that with some days. I'm just Mom, Crow, come over here. See, where are all the friends? Before, when we first started, these girls looked a little like, they had to
We got the
Yeah.
cat up.
This one's gorgeous.
I think we'll leave the angel of glorious flight for protection. We got the cat up. There's the cat. We got some umgawa on the lens. Hold on.
Try not to talk too much. I might say good morning. But I'll be talking to the spiders too. Cat moving much. I talked to a cat. He said, "Oh, say hello." The praying mantis. There's one thing in the trash. Move the trash now. And he all like, he's like, "Fuck! I hope I didn't fuck him up." Gather me, Brent. Perfect. Same thing like the spider. Like, oh, I'm sorry.
Ugh.
Like, let me see.
It's going to be 98 tomorrow.
Now,
We got the cat there. I try to pitch the cat forward.
I've only been to San Diego twice. I looked at Vero Beach. Vero Beach got adopted. Southern Cal by Capitalism. Pretty much people who drive
Be a huge mistake taking down the
they
angel
don't
of glorious flight.
have the POW flag.
Who stood as the protector over the Rancho.
Somehow adopted them because they don't pure red blood, right? Pure red blood.
We love our angel of glorious flight. We got a cat. That looks okay. Cat looks alright.
Tiger,
Weird
you
light.
afraid?
Yeah, we got another blow up one too.
It's so cute because Tiger were really cute. They would headbutt. Right? The first time it was not like boy and girl. Right? It's what you doing, right? It was so like cute. That's how cats do it. That's great. This song's messed up in my head. I'm glad I did this. Two over. I love the stage presence. Hey, what is up?
Raise the baby up a little bit.
Rosie put up the whole leaf. I want to write the flyers.
We need another.
Choose, it's a nice place. It's got all
Put the rest of the decorations up tomorrow. Yeah, they're going through. Still 2 years, Cindy. Can you believe it, honey?
all
I think it's been through some horrendous storms.
the house and then it's just Halloween decoration. Like, we could do here. Like, it doesn't matter if I get super damn candy. Like 10 garments sticking around. It would be nice if I could just leave it out there. You probably did take it all, but not share.
We build stuff to last. We got the other
do
one
that.
to go up.
Put it all in. Not in the beginning. I'm very curious and I go down here to the street and I go into the animals. You don't do that. You just take the right grass. Something's wrong with you. That's how we figured out all those roads and all. Because there's so many dead ends. And we still do. Right? And then we look at like, so you can't go off with that grass. Here's Rosie O'Kelly. It's kind of like an illusion. It's like all of that. Well, we know this, and then here's another reality that we have no clue. And that's right behind us. I know it a little bit.
Looks like
I
the
don't
witch is up. The witch is up on the broomstick.
Yeah. So the main highways or main streets, whatever. But you don't know all of that. I think we should find out. Walk it around. Sometimes it's dangerous, but that's why I want to ride on the sidewalk. It's like, look. Some streets it's not safe to ride the bike. So that's why I'm all over the road. This side, that side, sidewalk, whatever. Sometimes you gotta go.
Halloween. About as high as that baby's gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put up the dress tomorrow. No, I have another banner. This from the dollar store.
He was the most loving pet here. Right? Come say hello to very good looking. I don't care if he's Russian. Handsome. So good looking. Beautiful guy. And disappears. Poor Tiger had no friends. Now Tiger got new friends. The mom,
I think I have another, I got, oh, here it is.
these are around here.
Trick or treat.
Tiger seems like to adopt it. The mom, she got me.
Yeah, I wish this could be in my room.
You're over in
No possible.
Rosie used to run one day, climb and chase you away like you chase socks away. I'm so pissed when I get here. That's a time I should run up there and scrub that little fucking shit. But hey, fuck do you think you're doing, right? But we didn't do anything. It's not the below. Hey, Greasy. That's here. What's up?
That cat's got a mind of its own, right? Hey, we're getting there. This starts to look like a haunted house, huh? Yeah, we do need to pick up a couple pumpkins. We got a lot more stuff to go up. We just have to, we got ghosts and all kinds of crap. But tonight I think that's enough. It's like 8, it's like hotter than... I mean, what am I, a Macy's decorator or what? Right? Gee, boss, how you like the store window? You're fired, you dumb fuck. What? What? I don't like the cat situation. The cat's really making me mad. That's better or worse? Well, you can kind of see it. I don't know. That witch slammed into the wall, man. Come on, Rancho.
And not on the golf course, in the park. Same thing for drinking. Sometimes you suck ass. Last time we went, oh my god. I would have lost all my beer. Not all my, but all my money too. Not very much. You know, little kids like that. So I don't know, shoot drugs or something. One of them offered. My brother said that he takes like what is that? Golf course. No. No winner. So next time, that's the place you go.
You gotta get down with the physics of it.
Numbers. Right?
You're all about the physics.
That's next round.
That's the best I can do.
Gotta make you friends.
Man, what a bummer.
That's how we do it in LA. That dollar.
I think that looks a lot better, huh? Yeah, that's better. That guy probably went for. Can you believe that? Where are they? Bliss Bliss. Where was that? Do you know where that was? It's like a huge money grab right now.
That's
Like an absolutely huge money grab.
Okay, now we get it. We need more. $20 and some beer or food or free heat or something. Okay. I think $20 is good. Or $1 per bottle.
One big money
Now
grab.
think about it, you can play on the golf course, and I always do. You don't have to pay. Like, there are times when there are rules. The thing about it, a lot of
Get
Hispanics
the timer and
down
everything
south,
set
right?
up for tomorrow, but I think that's
Like hitting-
we're off to a decent start. It's pretty haunted looking. Right? Yeah, we got rats. I got a whole box of crap, but I got to put some for the front too. So tomorrow or maybe Friday afternoon. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, it needs some work, but we're getting there.
I think one golf ball, one ball. One.
Right. It's the spirit of the thing anyway. Florida, wow. I've dropped 100,000 people. Yeah, it's getting there, Jody. At least now we can see the cat. Make sure we can see the cat a little better. We got our spider lights going tonight. Let's see what this baby looks like now. There we go. We got a little bit anyway in there. That's kind of cool looking. That's a little bit. There it is. What's up, chick? Cheers. I think we're off to a good start. We got a lot more lights to go and stuff, but I think we're off to a good start tonight. Yeah, people sent some good stuff. Yes, I put the electrical into the concrete there, yes. I put all the chases in so that I could have lighting on the steps. I thought it was essential that people have as much safety as possible. The guy's home was in Palm Beach. Wow. Yeah, how you doing, Rhea? We're just starting tonight. Right, we're just starting it up. But I know I got a ways to go, but it's a little bit of a start. It just gets our feet wet a little bit here.
Tiger, I know you know your name. The other ones we don't really call them by their name. Hey, you, baby cat, baby varmint. Tiger. See, he won't look at me. Oh, here comes your friend, Tiger.
All right, let me go to the bathroom and grab a beer and some nuts. Peanuts, that is.
Have you seen Spot? This one looks like Spot, not like Spot, but kind of. Good boy. Right? You used to have a ridgeback, like a dog. Ridgeback. Spot. My dog Spot. Got a ridgeback. Power Pup. Called Power Pup. The other one, Magic, looks the same, but it's different. It has a spot. This one's Rosie. He's got a bunch of socks, right? Like baby socks, with gray tuxedo. So they all look the same. There was a little beautiful black cat.
Cats better not be pulling on anything. I will skin you and throw you in the pot. I will absolutely skin you and throw you in the pot. So, Mr. Bond, we meet again. Hey, Jill, how are you? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jill Smith. Wonderful to see you. Yeah, say a prayer for my fundraiser. That's kind of nice tonight. That's kind of nice tonight. Might have to extinguish the lights over here to get a better effect. Let's see.
Last thing you want is some repair kit. Like, what is that? So it's not cheap. You want the kind where people rent them out, and they're like professional, and like whatever, that kind.
Man, it's the first time the angel of glorious flight has ever been extinguished. I hope that's not bad luck.
Truck.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're off to a start. Look at the green glow on there. That's pretty cool. Huh? I kind of like that. Yeah, it's too dark now, but it's okay. We're just hanging out. Good night, Barbara. I saw your butt. I got more stuff coming up. But not tonight. I'm going to do it on Friday. Because Friday's going to be cool. Tomorrow's going to be almost 100.
So we got some 80s heavy metal. Who is it?
Boo-hoo.
That term gives you a point up.
You're a grand old flag. You're a high-flying flag. Do-do-do. Yeah, especially with that dippy tent. I'd love to know where to site. You know, I was sitting there one day, Scottish, and this ad came up, and I saw these shirts. There was like a series of 10 of them, and I said, I gotta have that shirt. And I ended up buying 4 different ones. One of them is still on back order.
Love this song.
It's the one where the cat's sitting on the fin of a 57 Chevy on the back.
Come on. Suck it.
All right, Bird, tonight's the first night of decorating. Friday night, Bird, Friday or Saturday we should go to the pumpkin patch, or Sunday.
What's that?
Sunday we should go to the pumpkin patch.
Oh, that would be wonderful.
We'll get
Right?
we'll
The
get
great pumpkin.
we'll get Bobby and then have dinner afterward.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
And we've been watching the thing about Halloween, and they used to carve turnips, right?
Yeah.
And then now they carve pumpkins.
Right.
And like, they make you feel like a kid if you do it, right?
Well, I got a little bit of a start tonight on it.
Like a little kid making a snowman.
Isn't that a cool
Carved
shirt?
pumpkin.
Yeah. That's the atomic shirt.
Where's he? Huh, Tiger? You can't have any candy for this. You're lucky to get dog food. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're gonna get you some puppy cat, right? You think kitty cat.
Bird, these cats hang here all day. They sleep together on the chair.
Yeah. And I don't know where Baby Socks is. She's just like,
I haven't seen Baby Socks in a while. And to be honest, I'm not quite missing Baby Socks, because Baby Socks is just...
But she's so cute. So cute, little varmint.
she might be cute, but
How come?
but she's got no personality at all.
Are you hungry? Oh, look, you're afraid hungry. We don't have a whole lot.
I don't know where that confirmation was so long ago I did that.
Kitten chat for little bunnies. And we got this other stuff under
Let me see. I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Gravy.
That was like in September.
It's a gravy cat.
I wish I knew. There's no branding in the back of it.
And then you get a liver, right, with turkey. sound right. It'll do for you. I don't need to. It'll sound wonderful. Young Weaver.
Isn't that dog tonight? I don't know. Could be off having another batch of kittens. I don't know. Yeah, it's like, I'm sure it's got nothing in it at all.
Well, now we covered it with the other.
Not even a washing instructions or anything. Cutting down shrubs and trees. Yeah, I know you have, Joe.
This one's also.
I know. I'm right there with you in spirit. No tag at all. Nope.
That one only has the
Now, I'm expecting one more. I'll check it out. I'll make note of where it came from. One of them was back ordered. Hey, Rupert. Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird myself, but probably came out of some shithole factory in China or something. You busy with Special Olympics? Well, you're staying busy. That's good. I don't think anybody even notices the goofy dog anymore. I think they're at church on Wednesday nights. Yeah, it came from China, I think. Pretty sure it did. I'll know the next one that comes in because they still owe me one.
This one, I just have to wait.
What's the latest? Biden administration official resigns over the president's support of Israel's response to Hamas attack. You can't even keep a government together.
That's all the patience I have. People will give me some water.
Representative Tlaib ignores U.S. intelligence about Gaza hospital, sides with Hamas over Biden administration. That's typical of that's typical these days.
When I feed them, I get better. That's the only
You know, America last.
Other than that, they're like, don't bother me.
But people get the representation that they deserve, so.
That's what we call Grammy Fest. You wait till we go to Humboldt, we go see Monkey and Gabby. There's no Grammy Fest.
Full House star calls his ex-wife the devil
Love me.
as he opens up about the painful divorce.
What's your problem? Your
I
problem
guess
is
everybody's got it bad.
We have house rules. Right?
Well, I don't call him Sleepy Joe. I call him my president, but yes, I did see him over there.
I think it's because we
Let's see how things look from a distance.
just got a little bit.
I always respect whoever the president is. Let's see what we got here. Let's see how it looks. Now I need to paint that. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, the lights are up good. And we got the first decorating up.
The varmints.
They've been eating all day long. I fed them.
Oh, you're very
Yeah.
lucky. I'm hungry. Okay.
Yeah, me too.
Those varmints. Tyler, he finally gained some weight. He was a little skinny there. Blue was gaining weight.
Yeah, I think Tiger's doing a little better.
Blue gained weight much quicker.
Tiger's appetite.
Later, so Tiger growing up, those things are so
Tiger's appetite is still good, so Tiger eats like crazy, so can't be too bad. Yeah, it's getting there.
When you were like teenager, what happened?
Hard to respect the previous. Well, I always respect the president. I mean, it's just my nature. I just grew up that way.
We don't want to talk
It's just, we need to do the best we can. It is awful. We need the best for this country, so. Yeah, we got more coming up. Look up the Drudge Report of news. Yeah, I've heard of it before. But one thing, we always have different sides here, but we always get along. We know we're not going to change anybody's opinions on anything. Some of the cages, we have crazy coyotes. What do you think, Shimei, at the start? I'm going to have some more lighting around. We got the little ghosts and everything. Yeah, we're all Americans, that's right. We always have to remember that, is we need to wish the best for our country.
Never, ever.
So it all starts with me.
This is the thing.
4 ute loads of shrubs taken away this morning. Wow, Joe, you're really working. Bear loose for 10 days. I don't know, James. I don't think he works against our nation. I think he does what he thinks is right. Yeah, thank you, Rupert. It's kind of funky looking with the kitchen stadium falling apart, right?
The little buckets that grow down. Right? They still look like baby cats, but grow down.
Yeah, I'm going to be putting up a lot of stuff for sale. I'm going to be selling the quad system. I'm recapping and doing all that. I had to put that down. I started writing a book. Well, good for you, Maria. That's excellent. We're Utes. Or as Lisa Linlin says, Yins. How Yins doing? Yeah, retro men's bowling shirt, black cat. I guess that's it. Yeah, we were raised different, I think. We were. Hey, Rhonda, how are you doing, sweetie? Yeah, not all Americans, but they still try to come here, so that says something. I'm gonna feel pretty good until I've got nothing to worry about until the boats are landing on the shore of China and the refugees are heading there. But Asia doesn't have that government takes care of everything mentality. So. That thing is still working. I got that from the dollar store. That battery's still going. That's probably about 5 years I've had that. There's an old style Cantonese restaurant with the dragons on the door. Yes. Old style, baby. That's called the land of good eating, Ron. Right, the land of good eating. Let's get set up for dinner.
Tiger's over there. Soul says he was the first one that came up. Not shy, kind of like Tiger, but once we kicked Tiger out of the thing, he kind of became more independent for some shit. This one, when we pick him up,
Yeah, so I think I'll put ribs on Sunday. We'll go to the pumpkin patch.
and then that one started letting me pet it because we just waited. Like if we wait 20 minutes, then other ones will come and eat. I don't have that much patience. That's not what we do with that.
Yeah, I got a lot of decorations to put up. We're gonna make this better. This is just kind of half-assed. Tiger's been on the 21-day disabled list. I think he jumped off of a wall or something.
But he don't look like shark
Landed and rounded his
First, his
paw.
whole face looked like shark bite, right? Then half his face grew back and like, okay. Then he had a shark bite, right? And then now no more shark bite. His hair grew back. But his ear still looks like his ear looks like evil.
So I'm hoping we don't have to put Tiger on the 90-day disabled list. All right, which means he's out for the season. Ooh, no, we don't agree. That's what I love about this chat is we still stay friends. We have wildly divergent opinions. But in a democracy, you get what you get. So if that congresswoman thinks it's in her best interest to side with Hamas because she represents a very Arabic, Muslim population, she really doesn't have a lot of choice, right? It's not like we can expect people to stand up and be for America first. I think that's truly one of the hallmarks of the end of a civilization, when you start to hate the country that spun so much good and wealth. For now, Joe. For now. But you can tell it's becoming more and more special interest voting. From my old community, from trans rights right on down the line. I mean, nothing else matters. As long as I get my way, I'm not going to take one for the team. That's not in my vocabulary. Let me grab a nice ripe tomato. Well, it's special interest politics. That's it. That's good. That's good, Vern. What is your sport? I'm proud of you, Vern. Yeah, we don't have the ability to compromise anymore. I think it does these days, Chick, just to be honest with you. Friday I'll be working, doing some work over to church, so we'll have some more videos and the diverse chat, but I like it. Ronnie's like, you know, I can do it. Yeah. Ronnie's like, and then Rosie stuck that damn wrench in my hand.
How about the question? For some reason, it's not classified as but the old picture.
Ronnie's like, yeah, I didn't see that coming. Right. Ronnie's like, I didn't see that coming down the pike. Hello, Cheryl, and then look what a look what an outstanding moderator, Ronnie. I don't often miss my guests on people. And don't forget, you know, Ronnie got hit on a bike too. Yeah, I'm your friend too, Vern. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for participating and getting out there. I think that's awesome. So we started with a little bit of initial decoration. I'm gonna probably take this stuff down, and I'm gonna do like the little witches and stuff hanging on, so that we can turn off the lights here and we'll still have enough light. Because I have to put some decorations around the rest of the Rancho too. And you guys know I always enjoy decorating. And this year I guess I'll be a witch. We grew up that way. My parents had friends of every stripe and they disagreed on that. Yeah, I mean, we've lost that middle ground that's so critical. We've lost that aspect of charity in life. We can't give the littlest bit. It's exactly so much of what I've been writing about. Although it's taken me about 400 pages to say it. Tomorrow night we're going to be over at the cemetery again. We're going to be at it now that we don't have the crew out in Sebastopol. They were doing whatever shindig they were doing out there. We're going to be heading over. It should be a nice night. It might be very windy tomorrow night. So, which will add to the ambiance. There won't be anybody around. I'm usually pretty concise, but if you're going to make a point, you got to make a point, right? Man, Fanny Kaplan is just joined at the hip to Tiger. Tiger's actually walking better today. Tiger's wondering what's for eats. Tiger! Bocce and bowling, cool. Man, I'm challenging Mr. Z to a rematch at the Orleans. I didn't even break 100. He's like, well, no wonder you picked the heaviest bowling ball in the whole. Right. I'm just throwing the thing down the lane. Man, it was so funny. I grew up with little duck pins in Baltimore. They say it takes offense to something they never speak to. Yeah, it's like your friendship is done.
Right. Then it was Mr. Tiger. That's what we call it, Mr. Tiger.
I guess there's a fragility to things, chick. The homeless are given clean needles in a lovely place. They're killing themselves. What is that in Vancouver?
None. No. I'm just kidding. Because you're not my cat. Tiger. He's not supposed to be.
Looks like Tiger might be feeling a little better. I don't know.
Then look.
They're kind of goofing around. They do this all day now.
Probably made fun of him. What's your name? My name's Mr. Tiger. Mr. Tiger.
Snow is in the air.
Yeah.
They just love sleeping with the Tiger. He's like become the surrogate parent now. He's the goat. He's like Uncle Buck. They just all dig being around Tiger. Tiger! You see these crazy guys here?
I hope they stay open.
Boy, this snow has certainly been nice.
I would like to go to like, I really got some rain to go around.
We'll let those noodles sit a minute. They're out there all day now. The whole crew, and they just eat and eat and eat. Rosie just loves Tiger. Constantly. Classical. Libertarian. Do 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 do. Boy, I've been enjoying the mortgage lifter tomatoes. These things are about this big. They're gigantic. Gigantic.
I didn't have it. Like a punch.
Yeah, Blackbird, he would do anything for me. I would do anything for him.
Around here, Uncle John's
He's been outstanding to have here. Bit of a pack rat. I'm not sure, Rhonda, where the. I think Wednesday night they're at church.
they would always, like every year, they would have bands. Fly one pair of bands.
Yeah, we're gonna have a change of weather coming up. Tomorrow's gonna be 98, and then it's gonna cool off dramatically.
They're so big. Like,
If you're going to stand up for something, you have to know even more about what you're standing against. Exactly. Chick knows. Chick is very smart. Yeah, it's going to be 98 tomorrow. It's going to be hot. And that will officially be the end of the Indians. We'll still have 70s and stuff. You can have 70s in December. But the long heat wave, that'll be it. That'll be it.
Far.
Do, do, do. Let that cool off a little bit. Nightbot. I have to reprogram Nightbot. I got a link in text to speech for the fundraiser and everything. And then we'll have it on going forward. I guess I'll be back to prison. That damn thing's a disaster. Good night, Judy.
Bad ass.
We love you, honey.
It's no thing, right? Like not like the other like.
The only good thing on Prism, I can broadcast in 1080.
No cloud. I grew up in Wonderland.
I don't know if YouTube. I don't know if YouTube's ever going to go back to allowing you to stream in 1080p. During the pandemic, they cut that back to 720, the lowest high definition. Yeah, you said 1080 on your side, but on my side it's like 720p. For some reason they did that during the pandemic, I guess to save storage or whatever. Now they don't even give you the option anymore. So I'm gonna have to update Streamlabs. I'm gonna have to do a test on one night just to see if it's working. I asked some people to make a little test donation. Tiger! Tiger! Tiger's in sick bay, so he's got to eat a little better.
When I left my job at Motel
Tiger! 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 There you go. Tiger is happy. Let's see if we can widen this out to a 25 millimeter shot. There we go. Oh, it's nice to see Jody here tonight.
They had this shining blade. She wouldn't let me inside. She said, "What's the back?" The last time it was.
You want to hear something ironic? My daughter, Jody, my daughter's husband's mother studied at the Parsons School of Design. Wow, $250 a month. I'd be jumping out a damn window. Holy crap. That's like New York, Canada ripoff. Don't swat me! Damn. See, you don't get it because you just, all you know is to get those murder mitts into me. You gotta learn manners. Yeah, isn't that fancy? Just put those murder mitts right into me. Boy, oh boy. Rabid little sucker. Who knows what you're all about? Poor Tiger never gets a moment of without these cats hanging all over. It's like they said, kids suck the life out of you. $90 for internet. I got this A53S. All it does is update every damn hour. It's just crazy. You don't see many Canadians mobile stream because Rogers. They're happy to get screwed by a monopoly.
Tiger, then we get a robot. The robot can remember, right?
Tiger.
The robot
No Tiger.
smart as
There's no way Tiger's satisfied. Why do Americans take drugs?
so we give the robot
Maybe too much time on the man. I don't know, Moose Knuckle.
robot put zero.
We're a society that demands entertainment and feel good.
The robot put zero. I'll tell you, because he's smarter. Not like Alexa. Alexa knows. That's a new thing. AI revolution. It's a ego revolution. On TV.
Proper landline because my cable sucks. Well, time for a march on the Capitol there, Buttercup. Man, I streamed with T-Mobile for first 4 years. It was horrible. Circle of Doom. Yeah, look at this. Thing's just constantly updating.
That one. If you can dream, you want the robot to go where else?
All right, none for you. I'm tired of being your wet nurse.
Somehow, instead of funding all these
Say the
poor,
drilling of oil.
we'll just pay Mexico off. Look, they give you this much money.
We got Road Darling in the Midway. That's me.
California. Like real estate. Right? With barter. Give you whatever you want.
There you go, dum dum.
You got Northern California, you got Southern California.
You better get it.
We're gonna go to Florida.
Wow, you're not even 1/10 smart, right? Rosie, you're like a like really?
That's what it was. Because Baja California, no, America. Mexico. Isn't that ironic? We're gonna be smoke your ass.
Cats just plucked my nerves. They're on my very last nerve string tonight. So you think tomorrow will be a last hot day? Yeah, I think that's going to be it. Tomorrow's really going to be hot. So it's a good night to go to the cemetery tomorrow night. And then we won't be there again till terror comes to No better meeting transplant tomorrow. Well, God bless you, skunk. I know you're going through hell. Ooh, this was hot. Hot, hot, hot. That's like Buster Poindexter hot. Yeah, the boss is here, huh? Are you talking about my priestly bosses? I have 3 of them. What are we doing? Huh? Tiger? What are we doing? Huh? What are we doing? The boss has arrived. Yeah, I want to get Tara down here this time. So plenty of advance notice, no BS. How was the roadhouse today, boss? How was it?
Cider kids smoke out 420.
Was it good? Because I know they
We're doing this 80.
they closed up Tahoe Joe's. What the hell are you doing? I still have my flip phone.
Not like Sabbath heavy metal or Judas Priest or you can play that like this, like cheesy, like bubblegum stuff. Don't hate. You know what I mean?
Tiger! We have to treat Tiger a little better. They sucked. They stacked up her. What did you say? Yeah, big shrimp. They stacked up her salad and steak same time at service. No, I want Rose. I want to be the boss of me, but she won't. There'll only ever be one boss around here. Right. And if you've been on this channel for any number of years, you know why. This guy will rock your world. He has an opinion on everything. Yeah, for me it's a trade-off when you travel. There's big and then there's too big. Emperor Tetris. I don't even know what the hell they are. I know what a neon tetra is. I know what a cardinal tetra is. But he's got some weird sucking fish that just hangs on the filter like some weirdo. I think they call it a vampire catfish. What are we doing? Are we all right? Huh? Are we all right? Tiger, come on. Don't be a weirdo. You know you want it. Let that slide. Boss don't let anything slide. Yeah, that would be a good name for a catfish, wouldn't it? A vampire one. It just sits there, it doesn't even move. It's just like it's sucking the blood out of it. Do you have to pull everything apart? Tiger! We'll meet again, don't know when. Do do do. Yeah, I hope it goes well, Cheryl.
I get it.
We always wish the best for our Cheryl S. What are we doing? Are we back now? Are we still skittish AF? Huh? What do you want? There goes the noodle. Thank you, Golden Boy. The cat, the little cats were like that. Noodle just was like a. It was like a little insect or something. It just gets sucked away. Tiger, don't go in the house. If you go in tonight, you stay in. Warm night tonight.
Very low, right? That was the deal.
So we got the initial decorations up. Yes, I'm dressing for Halloween. I'm going to be a witch. I'll have to stuff a couple socks. I'll ask Tara for advice. It's going to be cold here starting on Friday. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Man, I don't miss those big honking things. See what the weather looks like. Tomorrow's really going to be hot. Bad witch. Let's see.
You're catching the spiders, right? One spider, he's scared, right? Whatever. The other one's
Boy, this phone just was a constant. Yeah, I'm not going to leave the door open.
Got one. You see, I'm
It's just the cat will just go in there and whiz up the place. Let's see. Santa Rosa weather. Tomorrow. There it is. Read it and weep. 98 tomorrow. And then it's going to go down to 54. So it must mean it's going to get windy. So let's see. It's a severe change in weather there. No, it doesn't seem like it. And then the 10-day shows it's going to be 79, 54, 69, 54, 68, 48. So it's going to be cold in Vegas too. Woo! I'm going to be sitting outside for hours on that Friday. I'm going to be like Salvation Army with my tin cup out. All this coming week in the 90s. June will survive it, honey. I was just trying to figure out that noodle, like WTF. Let's hit it with our paw. Well, so much for their prediction about hurricane season, right? Oh, it's going to be awful. Oh, the Gulf of Mexico is so warm. It's there's one storm after another. Yeah, my phone went off this morning. Earthquake warning, seek shelter. Come on, man, I didn't feel anything. Sacramento had a quake. Yeah, James, it's going to be cold when I'm sitting down there that Friday. being in the 40s.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't sound.
So all that seems like a lot of salt. I don't ever drink the broth in it, so it's mainly just shrimp with a bit of noodle. When the moon hits your eye. You have an earthquake drill tomorrow? Duck and cover, honey. Put your head between your legs and kiss your arse goodbye. Man, we're lucky oil prices haven't gone through the roof. I'll tell you that, guys. We're damn lucky so far. I mean, they're high, but think about what they could be. Looks like the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. He's got to stick his nose in there. In the Middle East. Google cuts dozens of jobs in the news division. They'll tell you, we got to right size stuff, man. Oh, you forgot your patches. Go, June, go. Go, June, go. Don't we love June? June is our sweetie. She's our new mascota. Okay, so we didn't eat the noodle, right? So now we'll be treading on it all day tomorrow. So all we're gonna do is tread on it now. That's another great Baltimore word, tread on it. T-R-E-T. Now these cats just hang out here all day long. They haven't quite gotten adventures yet. Thank you, Manuel. Good night. Cheers. Yeah, this is Captain Space. I love this shirt. Yeah, in Baltimore, it's tread on some. T-R-E-T. Don't tread on that. Don't tread on me. What a great language, Baltimorese. Let's play Cheryl S.'s favorite Baltimore guy. Here we go. Cheryl loves Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray's like a legend here.
Ladies, there's no need to hide your hair anymore. You can have long, beautiful, natural-looking hair with the hair weave from Mr. Ray. We weave 100% human hair to your hair quickly and easily. You can style it, sleep in it, even shampoo it. Let Mr. Ray give you softer, sexier hair today. Call 466-4200 now or visit Mr. Ray in Baltimore for the best hair weave at the lowest price in town.
Mr. Ray in Baltimore. What a legend, man. What a legend. What a legend. Mr. Ray. Mr. Ray. Lord, I miss him. Lord, do I miss him. You like that, Rhonda? That's real Baltimore right there, honey. This is another one of Cheryl's favorites. That reminds me of Truthfully Trisha in the shower there. Everybody ready?
Cloverland dairy products are always close at hand. At your own front door at the corner store, look for the Cloverland Dairy brand. Cloverland dairy products are always in demand. They come to you fresh as morning dew. Look for the Cloverland Dairy brand. Our brown cows give the whitest milk from eating the grass that's greenest. You really should call Cloverland, 'cause Golden Rule service is the keenest. Milk and butter and eggs and cheese, fresh from the farm to you. If you don't own a cow, call Cloverland now. It's North 92222.
You had to be there, man. That was the glory days. I'm Mr. Ray. Come down Baltimore and get yourself a hair weave. This will not come off in the shower. This will not come off in the pool. Hi, I'm Mr. Ray. Visit our studio down on North Avenue in Baltimore today. Yeah, Charlestown. I'm going down to Charlestown, man. I'm going down to races in Charlestown. You know, I never heard anybody call it Charlestown down there. I'm going down to Charlestown racetrack, man. Milk and butter and eggs and cheese, fresh from the farm to you. If you don't own a cow, call Cloverland now. It's North 92222. Right up. Oh, this is my favorite here. Yeah, the glory days, right? This is my favorite here.
Baltimoreese with the help of my family.
Teaching
Here's
the
the word.
family.
All right, Mom, pronounce that word. Water. Water.
Is it ones you can read?
Here's the word. Okay. Pronounce that word.
Baltimore.
Baltimore. B-A-L-M-E-R. Okay. Gary, pronounce that word.
Picture.
Picture.
Take that picture.
P-I-X. Question mark. Okay, here's the word.
P-I-X-T.
Melanie, pronounce that
And
word.
put that picture on the table there. Ambulance, that's it. Stop suggesting nightmares. Cheryl, you just don't live in a culturally interesting city, honey, okay? I'm just going to put it out there mildly. All due respect to you and all the beautiful people of Vancouver, excuse me. Right? The good thing there, you got plenty of good Cantonese shopping and everything else there. Goisai night, so done. Mofi so light. Josan. Trump uses that hand moving. Well, whatever. Milk and butter and eggs and cheese, dude. You know, I think I never use other people say water. I'm like, what the hell are you saying? Right? You're not from around here, are you? It's like divine. Lust in the dust. Tab Hunter. Where's Amanda Huggin? Because she must have liked Tab back in the day. Is that his name? Tab Hunter? He always was in those movies. Talk about killing your career. Yeah, they don't have no hair weave with Mr. Ray. I'm Mr. Ray. Come on down North Avenue in Baltimore and get yourself a hair weave today. This is a natural hair weave. It will not come off in the shower. This is a hair weave. It will not come off in the pool. I'm Mr. Ray. Come down our studio at 212 North Avenue today. Says Rex and True. Yeah, never been no Charleston. It's all Charleston. Man, I'm going down to races in Charlestown, man. Yeah, they got that horse track down there in Charlestown. Yeah. Cheryl, you just don't know, honey. What did you have for dinner? I had some shrimp tonight. Tomorrow night I'm going to have chicken. I'm Mr. Ray. Well, you need a hair weave in Baltimore. Come down to North Avenue, 422-2484, or visit us in Baltimore. I guess the best way to put it is the Baltimore accent's a very lazy one. We tend to drop a lot of syllables in the word. Instead of police, it's police. I'm calling the police. Don't laugh at Cheryl S. If you don't know the cow called Cloverland now, it's North 9222. Our brown cows give the whitest milk. I don't even know if you can say that these days. Right. Yeah, call police. It's a call ambulance. Man, you best call the ambulance. Poor English. It was beautiful English. Poor English bugs me, spoken like a true HR director. I've looked at so many resumes with just abominable English. I don't know if I can look at another one. The decency of what we have in the recruiting pool is horrible. There you go, check. I don't hate it when people don't talk good, man. Y'all talk good. At least we're mostly over the ebonics craze, right? I mean, that's kind of faded into the sunset. Do 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 ba 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 do 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 do. Milk and butter and eggs and cheese, fresh from the farm to you. Boo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo boop boop ba doo boop 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 boo doo. Talk titty mom, as we say in Wales. How you doing, Welsh boo? The rain in Spain falls rainly on the plains. By Jove, she's gone. I'm never a big Audrey Hepburn fan. Too skinny for me. She would burst under pressure, in my opinion, so. She ain't the Raquel Welch. Isn't that jingle good? Are we under attack? I'm doing great. The worst one is Dave. If you talk to Dave from Scotland on the phone, forget about it. You better have your translator on. I understand every other word this guy says. Like, what the hell? What are you saying, mate? Just say it. Spit it out, dude. It's a bloody actress. It's a hag on soccer, the football, bloody Queen's night. Yeah, okay, good. Have a good night.
Oh, let's hear this song.
No, I don't live by a fort. Oh, bloody hell, he's got it. It's a boy, it's a oh. Get the crap out of your mouth, right? The reason you speak well is that the boss has this way of commanding attention because he speaks he's very economical with his words. Like he'll like be Rosie, you never stop talking, right? You're just talking, you don't listen, you just talk, you're always talking, right? But he loves that about me. But he'll have very long dramatic pauses, and you dare not speak between them. He'll be looking at your face like, come on, do it. Say something. I dare you. And you're just sitting there like, right? All right, see, you don't dare open your mouth because when this guy drops a hammer, it's really bad, right? It's like really, really bad. All right. What you saying? Am I allowed to say that? Take the floor and don't share a second. I tend to do that, I know. I think that's why people love me. I fill the airtime. All right. Boss says you tend to bloviate. Yeah, he's speaking English. I was hammering today. There you go, Michelle. But the boss will be very precise, very slow with these long, dramatic pauses. I always told him you should have majored in English, or, he would have been a perfect professor of English. Can you imagine that? Right? Can you imagine him as a professor at Kent State University, coming into the lecture hall, doesn't say a word for like 10 minutes, till the room you could hear a pin drop, right? Everybody's talking and, boy, how was your son? Yeah, I got laid, great, And he's just sitting down there, just looking up. This guy will put 15 minutes just sitting there, won't say a word, right? Until absolute and utter silence where you could hear a pin drop hits that lecture hall with 125 students in there. He won't say anything, he'll get up and begin the lecture at that point. Right? But all the time he's taking notes in his head. Yeah, fell asleep in the class, right? Good night, Nino. Well, that's the way the boss is. He won't blow his top in front of you. Just sit there and just wait, and then all of a sudden everybody will get really nervous. Oh shit! They'll look at their watch. Man, we've been talking for 15 minutes. And everybody will get that killer first assignment. For this evening's work, until we meet again in a couple days, I'd like you to read the first 150 pages of Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, written in 1846. Eminent author Charles Dickens. I expect a 5-page paper on my desk at the beginning of the class, the lecture series, on the parallels between Charles Dickens' storyline and that found in the New Testament teachings of Jesus. This should be a rather routine assignment. I assume most of you are familiar with both pieces of work. Should you have any issues, my office hours are by appointment only. Appointments should be made a week to 10 days in advance. I bid you all a good day. I wonder if that's because we talked in class before. Right, Cindy? It's like, oh wow, I didn't see this coming. Right? Then everybody's left wondering. It wasn't. He didn't get up and tell you. You know, I'm going to give you. I'm going to bust your balls right off the bat. He makes you just wonder with the total lack of clarity. You know what I mean? There's just, you're always left in this fog of just total profound confusion. Is that the way every class is? Is it because we were talking? And I guarantee you, the next time you get into that lecture hall, you won't hear a peep. Like, we're having a pizza party today. To him it's golden. He doesn't want to hear anything. He doesn't want to hear any talking. He doesn't want to hear anything. It's very economical with the English language. It's not explorative in nature, and I don't know. There's just 12 years I've put up with this stuff, and no more can figure out this guy 12 years later. Google is golden. Silence is golden. Golden. Well, we got the first lights up tonight. Look over there. Lights. We got the spider lights up. Yay. Right. We got all that up tonight. So I'm pretty like hella happy with tonight. I always thought there's two things that the boss should have gone into. I think I told him today, you wasted your talents being an electrician. I said you should have been a professor of English, or I've also told him that he should be in theater. Or a physics teacher, right? With covalence of atomic particles.
That my friend. No.
All right, guys, we're coming up to the 4-hour mark, so I'm going to go ahead and close it. Yeah, well, it's getting there. I got to take it all down and redo it. That's the goal for Friday. Good night, AJ. So to my wonderful moderators, thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you being here tonight. Good night, Amanda. Good to have you as usual. Angus, I hope you feel better, honey. Barry, good to see you. So thank you, guys. If you haven't tapped the like button, please do so. And please start preparing for next Thursday. Next Friday, we have the stream in Vegas. I'm going to be asking people to share it out on their social media, and let's try to broaden the support we can get. It's not often we get a chance to really make a difference right down at ground zero. And I like that. No middleman, no administrative overhead, no nothing. So, all right. Love you guys, and thank you, moderators. And I will see you tomorrow. Once again, if you haven't tapped the like button, please do so. And have a great night, everybody.